Select Board. The first item on the agenda is public comment. We have public comment this evening at the beginning and the end of the meeting, consistent with our practice. And this is an opportunity for members of the public to comment on any item which is not on the agenda. We have a pretty packed agenda this evening. And we ask that any comments be kept to 3 minutes. Does anyone have a public comment? Mrs. Shimkus? Will you first please introduce yourself?
Yes, Karen Shimkus, Limerick Road. I see that the planning board is continuing on with its what was described at town meeting as a swap, but as it turns out, is two separate transactions. Questions for another day, but I'd like to request that the town at least itself check for human burials, Native American and colonial, in and around the triangle, including the road areas and the easements before developing, before putting in, paving it over, using a in-use public road for a parking lot, and maybe considering these questions before signing any agreement. St. Mark's did a study, but it's not clear to me anyway, as someone who's been in commercial real estate for 35 years, that the report was complete and thorough and really did the due diligence needed. The contractor, who was from out of state, dug 2 trenches, one not on the triangle. Okay, and in the area of known foundations. Guess what he found? Foundations. The current report is addressed to St. Mark's. It is not addressed to the town of Southborough. Did you overlook that? I don't think it relieves the town of its moral and ethical obligations and perhaps legal, state and federal law, which protects burials. I called Stantec, which is a national company that's been on 60 Minutes, which is successfully used radar and advanced technologies on uncovering African-American cemeteries as well as Native American cemeteries that have been paved over and or built upon. Recent headlines include ground penetrating radar confirms at least 600 unmarked graves, First Nation graves in Saskatchewan. Radar finds more than 120 graves buried beneath Tampa apartments. And in our own old burial ground, the Boston Globe reported 1,100 graves, pretty packed for an area within that stone wall. I don't believe all the burials are contained within the stone wall. So I'd ask that you would consider using that technology. It was used already successfully in the OBG, the old burial ground. It's short dollars for peace of mind. And I frankly don't understand how the party went this long without somebody asking the very fundamental question, is that a cemetery? Is it a burial ground? And somehow convincing themselves that 2 holes did the job. That's over an acre site. I've been told by town historians and other historians that there are likely burials under the road. I frankly myself object to using what could be the oldest road in town and handing it over for a parking lot, but somehow the party got this far. I did enlarge pages from the town history book, which the town commissioned. Fences of Stone, the town paid for, commissioned that book. As you can see, this map shows the triangle as the old burial ground, Nipmuc burial site, and it gives the dates 1616 and 1660. Does anyone know the significance of those dates? They were here at least 100 years before the colonials. The significance of those dates, and I'm sorry if you're bored, is
No, I just want to let you know
those
at
were
the time
plagues.
about
Those were
3
plagues. They were die-offs of Native Americans. That's why that area, as confirmed in church records, was in use as a burial ground before the colonials put the stone fence out in 1727. Okay, Site of Nipmuc Village, circa 1600, outcropping of rock. Okay, from the same history book. And I spoke to the professor twice in person. He's erudite, an academic, and he stands by his research. This is a blow up from the preface of the book. Old Nipmuc Indian Trail. Okay, and as you can see to the right of the trail is the church. To the left of the trail is the cemetery.
Mr.
So
Shimkus, you're at about 4.5 minutes now. We try to keep public comment to 3 minutes. If you
Yeah.
please try to wrap up your comment, I would appreciate it because we have a very
Um,
busy agenda here and we have our state representative and
Yes.
state senator.
Again, I am profoundly disappointed that this got ignored and pretty much buried over by a committee with a predetermined outcome. So if you bother to speak to Jim Peters, who is the chief of the Bureau of Indian Affairs, I've spoken with him.
Mhm.
I've also spoken with the chief of the Nipmuc Nation. Now, I don't know if any of you have spoken to these people. I know you may have made attempts, but I don't think you actually did communicate with them.
Okay, so if you could try to wrap up your remarks
Yes.
now, because we're past 5
I'd like to have you consider short dollars, peace of mind, using Stantec to do ground penetrating radar, similar to what was used on the old burial ground.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Shimkus.
I'll leave these with you.
Thank you.
Here you go.
Okay, so the next item on our agenda is pardon. Mr. Farrington, is this about an item that is on the agenda already or? Okay,
I'll be quick. Grant Farrington, 58 Flag Road. Just two quick items regarding trees. One is regarding trees that have previously had a hearing in which notices were posted and trees were decided one way or another. Oftentimes the tree hearing notice has remained on the tree well beyond it's been resolved. So on Lovers Lane, for example, there's trees that were decided on in 2021, but still have the tree hearing notice. If we can figure out a way to resolve that. And then the second is also related to trees. I hope that trees aren't removed tonight, but if they are, I would hope that they are replaced using the tree fund. And also there was as you know, 150 trees cut down last year and 50 something cut down earlier this year. So that's 200 and counting that I would hope that would be replanted on town land. Thank you.
thank you. Yes. Okay, I actually don't have my Zoom on. Okay. Would you like to bring her in? So, Marnie, if you could introduce yourself, and is this on an item which is on the agenda or not on the agenda?
No, it is not, Andrew.
Okay. Thank you. So
Thanks.
could you just please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, for the record, this is Marnie Houlihan, 26 Clifford Road. I'm a member of the planning board, but I'm speaking as a public citizen. So I have two comments. I'll keep them to 3 minutes. The first is on March 24th, the Public Works Planning Board received an open meeting violation. They also have a meeting posted and the minutes are listed as a notice that they have not placed their minutes from February. This board continues to violate, the chair continues to violate the requirements that are necessary for running open meetings and really to support many of the items that are happening in our town, particularly as we were with an interim DPW. I think the Public Works Planning Board has quite an opportunity here, and we have a chair that is not moving forward and making meetings happen. I just wanted to voice my discontent, and particularly with the fact that there's been no resolution for the open meeting violation. The second comment I would like to make is in April, I came to this board and expressed my deep concern regarding the Zoning Board of Appeals policies and procedures that were posted on March 22nd, 2023. And it's a new ZBA policies and procedures in which they qualify a new sitting quorum. Section F, quorum, sitting quorum, where at least 3 members, whether regular or associate, must be present to constitute a quorum. I won't go through that, but I'll remind this board that the special town meeting, May 22nd, 2018, I proposed a warrant article under number 174-25, Section B, Zoning Board of Appeals, hearings and quorum, where we received unanimous town support that a quorum shall consist of 4 members or their alternates. I'm quite concerned that these policies and procedures were created that violate our town bylaw, and nothing's been done about that. I will formalize this complaint in writing, but I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment? Seeing none, before I invite Representative Donahue and Senator Eldridge to come forward, I just wanted to outline the agenda for this evening's meeting. We have a very packed agenda, and we are kind of loaded up with, in particular, scheduled appointments. So in order to keep this moving along as efficiently as possible, we're going to try to keep our discussion here to about half an hour, a little bit more than that. And do you have a chair there? You want to come up to the microphone? Senator Eldridge and Representative Donahue.
Thank you very much.
Do we have a chair for you? Okay. I can't see it behind there. I just want to make sure. Okay, good. Good. So first, thank you very much for joining us this evening. I know personally it's a pleasure for me, since I've known Senator Eldridge for probably 35 years from growing up in Acton. I've also known Representative Donahue from a long time ago too, probably
Slightly less
the
than that.
1990s era. So it's great to have you here tonight. If you could just give a basic introduction and summarize what you see as your, priorities for the upcoming year. I know we did a similar exercise last week where we set some goals for our upcoming fiscal year. And, are there any highlights of the budget cycle that you think that we should be aware of? And how can we help you? How can you help us? And then after that, maybe we'll get some questions from our new each of our select board members.
Great. Well, thank you to the chair. I'm very happy to call you the chair, as someone who grew up with Acton with it. As you said, Andrew, known you for a very long time. So thank you to the Southborough Select Board for having us tonight. And I believe this is Representative Donahue's first time before the board as your state representative. So really proud to represent Southborough with her. And really just want to leave time for questions. But just, I think the updates are really just on the budget front. I gave to Mark Purple just the cherry sheets, the spreadsheets, because the House and Senate have completed our budgets. And so you can see the ones of note on the first page are just, Chapter 70. So, be the first to acknowledge not a major increase compared to last year, but there is an increase in education funding for Southborough public schools. So that's the first item, Chapter 70. In the second, or maybe I guess third category under general government, we are following the governor's lead, but also a little bit more of an increase for $522,000 in unrestricted general government aid, UGA, compared to last year of $506,000. So those are often the items that Select Board looks most closely about. Of course, on the school front, there's special education circuit breaker. There's regional school transportation for, of course, the Northborough, Southborough, Algonquin School District. Those are some increases as well. And so now the House and Senate budgets go to conference committee. So there have been conferees appointed, House and Senate conferees. So they're meeting now. Then perhaps of note is we did pass, House and Senate passed tax packages. So the Senate passed their tax package last week. There's expansion of tax credits for low-income families. There's also the estate tax, which I think would be of note for many Southborough residents. The Senate proposal is to increase the trigger for the estate tax to $2 million compared to the current law of $1 million. And I have heard from a lot of constituents about that, including from Southborough constituents, generally those whose property values now are over $1 million, perhaps more. So was part of the Senate tax package. There was also pieces around affordable housing. I've had the chance to talk to some members of the select board here about the town's interest in affordable housing. I'm a big proponent of affordable housing, so look forward to being a resource, and the specific changes in the Senate tax package. One of them was an increase in the low income tax credit, which can be used either by housing authorities or by nonprofit developers to build affordable housing. So happy to talk to folks about that tonight or in the future for any meetings. Those are the major pieces of legislation passed so far this year on the budget front. And I think aside from that, in the budget, working with Mark Purple, with I think a discussion through the select board, was able to secure an earmark for Southborough for I think some environmental equipment and infrastructure improvements. And that's following the earmark I had secured last year to address one of the culvert issues in Southborough. So really proud to partner closely with Southborough on, not a lot of money, but when there's a project that, the legislature can help fill, I'm happy to do that, and obviously open to other suggestions as well. So I think that's my update. I will say, coming before, representing 12 communities, I've never seen a more packed select board agenda than your agenda for tonight. So I wish you the best with that. Yes.
So Senator Eldridge covered, I think, everything very well. I did want to add that in the House budget, I secured a couple of earmarks, $20,000 for the Southborough Fire Department for protective equipment and $10,000 for the Southborough Senior Center. And other than that, and again, as the senator mentioned, they have to go through conference committee. So we appreciate the select board's input into that through Town Manager Purple, and see if there are questions. In terms of a legislative agenda, as I think some of you know, my priorities when I ran included healthcare, especially, caring for our seniors as we age, and fighting substance use disorder, and as well as education and fighting climate change. As a first year, it can be the way the House and Senate are structured. It can be a challenge to get bills actually passed, but I will mention that I did get a bill passed. It was a sick leave bill for a person, a sick leave bank bill for somebody in Westboro. But I also wanted to mention that I filed on the House side, because that's how it happens with home rule petitions. I filed what was passed at town meeting for allowing 17-year-olds to vote in municipal elections. And that will be heard. There'll be a hearing that will include that bill tomorrow. And the senator and I both plan on testifying on that with potentially some of the Southborough young people who were instrumental in getting that through town meeting.
Thank you. At this point, maybe we'll turn it over to the members to questions, and I'd like to begin with Mr. Hamilton, who's one of our newest members. Why don't you introduce yourself? And
Al Hamilton, I'm a notorious troublemaker.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Two items. I'd like the state to give serious consideration to doing away with some of our 19th century bureaucratic procedures. I was recently appointed to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And in order to be a formal member, I had to get in my car, come down here, fill out a form by hand, and then be sworn in by the clerk. Now, I can send $100,000 overseas with a few keystrokes. I can enter into contracts, binding legal contracts with a few keystrokes. There are just thousands of these tiny little silly procedures, and they are silent thieves of public resources, because they all just, it's just a little thing. But when you start adding it up, the sum and total is taking away from far more worthy pursuits. It's taking away from climate change. It's taking away from drug abuse education. It's taking away from giving taxpayers some of their money back. These are, we need to bring our government out of the 19th century, and we might as well still be writing with quills and parchment. I know that I was told that the last elevator operator in the Commonwealth was in the State House. But it's actually not funny because it's waste, and I hate waste. So I'm off of that soapbox. I'll get on the second one. I think there's a glaring shortcoming in the Community Preservation Act. And that is that my understanding is that right now you can't build sidewalks with CPA money. And sidewalks, as far as I'm concerned, are recreational assets. And so I would strongly recommend that you introduce whatever corrective legislation there is. We're having, substantial discussions about upgrading our sidewalk network in town. It'd be really nice if we could use CPA funds. I met with the seniors when I was out campaigning, and they said they were very in favor of sidewalks because sidewalks are walking is an important recreational activity for seniors. Getting you out of the house and getting you moving is a component of recreation and health for seniors. So that was my second item.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
As somebody who did a lot of door-to-door campaigning, I have great appreciation for the role of sidewalks. And one of the bills that I filed that I testified on last week, not exactly what you're talking about, the swearing in process, but I did testify on a bill to get rid of outdated laws that are unenforceable.
Ms. Landry?
Oh,
Would like
this
to-
is very fast. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a very quick one. I just wanted to pass along a compliment that the equivalent of dial-a-ride in Southborough for people that have accessibility problems is very, very good.
Great.
Gets really high marks. There's just one question is why they won't take you to Westboro when they'll take you to Worcester.
Oh, geez, they really wouldn't drive someone to Westboro?
I think that's sort of out of a catchment area, but it gets very high marks.
Okay,
Thank you.
we'll check on that. Thank you.
Mr. Stivers?
My turn, thank you. Maybe you could go through Westboro and jump out when it passes through Westboro. Stop at a traffic
I'll
light.
suggest.
Thank you. I don't have a lot to add. As the senator and representative know, I'm a big fan of office hours, and so
Yes.
I've twisted their arm
Bless
the
us.
office hours times. So, but I think I applaud you for being on the right track for several of these things. We're eager for affordable housing funding. We've got several things we're working on for that. So anything that you can help with that would be greatly appreciated, and particularly for affordable housing that is truly affordable.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the formulas, those numbers are not affordable for a lot of people. And so we're looking at projects that lower that threshold to what is an attractive level for more people. So again, I'm not sure how that's done. We've got some things that we're working on there, but any help you can provide there. Another big one for me is connectivity through town. We've got the pike that goes through town. We've got Route 9. It's hard to get across Route 9. So we've talked about various infrastructure projects that will bridge that to some degree, like pedestrian bridges and better, again, sidewalks, bike paths, bike lanes, et cetera. So again, anything that comes along that you hear about that is potential for that, we would be eager to hear about and figure out how we can be supportive of that as well. So those are big ones for us. We'll continue to push on that. And again, thank you as always for what you do for the town.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sam.
So back to the voting age. Is there any chance it's going to pass? Can you prognosticate what you think is really going to happen with it?
I can say similar bills have been filed in the past that have not moved
Gone anywhere.
forward.
Okay, so we're interested. It was a pretty strong vote at town meeting to support it. And of course, you know, the person who led the charge and what a great young man he is. So I'd like to see that go through. So can I go back to your comment on the new estate tax?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
So you obviously know this, but just to be clear, it sounds like $1 million is a lot of money, but when someone's lived in a house for, 40 years.
Yeah.
And the prices, they don't feel like they're wealthy just because they have a house that's worth $1 million. And the way that tax was structured before was the minute you go over $1 million, you still pay tax on the whole thing. So the new tax is going to truly give people an exemption for $2 million. So it's a great improvement. It's not just doubling it. It truly is an exemption from state tax.
Yeah.
Too. So I applaud the Senate for doing the right thing on that piece of it. Going back to Mr. Hamilton's comment on CPA and being able to use it for surtax or for sidewalks. So we need a lot of new sidewalks. So we've got a plan to use some ARPA money for sidewalks soon, but it won't get us where we need to get as far as truly adding the sidewalks that we need to make this town more walkable. So I ditto what he said about trying to change the CPA to allow sidewalks to be a permissible project. We also are going to, there is some movement in town toward increasing our surtax from 1% to 3%. So it might be on our ballot next May. And the reason for that is because you get 3 times the state match plus a bonus. So we end up, instead of getting $500,000 for CPA each year between the local and the state, $1.7 million. And it'd be nice to be able to use that money for sidewalks, have that as a choice. So I ditto what Al said as far as trying to see if we can't get that law more modernized and used for things like sidewalks that should help everyone and seems to be within the confines of what the law was intended to accomplish. The last one is I'm just going to call it pilot payments. So the bill that's been sitting in committee for a long time to basically require 501c3s to pay about 1/4 of the tax they would pay otherwise. Any idea where that's going to go, if anywhere? I'm the liaison to, we've got St. Mark's, Bay, New England Children's Center, and a small Harvard place here. So we've got more than our fair share of 501c3s here that take a lot of real estate and take a lot of taxable property off our tax rolls. So there is definitely interest by some of this town to try to mitigate that. So I'm going to do a report tonight as far as what schools have done this year, but it would be helpful to understand where you guys are going as far as any real chance that there's going to be a law passed that addresses this.
Absolutely. I know, having represented Southport now for 15 years, I know this has come up very frequently, and I don't know if was there a focus on the housing part of these private schools or other properties of the.
That's part of it because, they need places to house teachers. NEC needs places they house students and teachers, or are they employees and students? So the housing piece of it is part of it because there are more and more houses being taken off the tax rolls to be used inside the 501c3 entity. So house, there are definitely some that would like to see the houses carved out of the exemption, right? So I'm just that you hear a whole lot. So that's definitely part of it here.
Yeah, I would say that scenario where I see a possibility. I would say, other than that, I would say that the sort of nonprofit community in general will lobby very aggressively to prevent any other changes. So that's why it hasn't passed in the past. So
we're always interested in where you think that's going. So anything that comes up, please let Mark know. And
yeah, absolutely.
All right. So thank you guys for coming.
Thank you very much.
And I would just want to echo, I thought what Mr. Hamilton said, I think that's a great idea of having some increased flexibility for how we could use CPA funds. So we're entering in the next year or so, kind of a post ARPA world where for the last.
We are too.
Yeah. Last several years, we've been able to just kind of count on this money from the federal government that's not going to be, we're now entering a cycle where it's not going to be available. So we have to plan a little bit more carefully. And we're always looking for ways to make capital improvements that are funded through non-real estate tax revenues. Although I guess CPA is somewhat through a surcharge, but also through other ways. So I think that would be a great suggestion. And, for me, I think the one focus that I have, and I know our board has, is on affordable housing. And in particular, one kind of dilemma we have, which is the South Union Schoolhouse at 21 Highland Street, which is the classic example of a kind of currently underused town property that's got significant long-term carrying costs. And it's also located within a half mile of the MBTA station. So that matters for purposes of the MBTA Communities Act. Also, I think one thing that made a big difference to a community like Southborough was the additional flexibility on where you could locate your MBTA communities
Mm.
by right district, because our train station is right on the border of Hopkinton and is surrounded by actually very, the more affordable communities, homes in town, and also a lot of some wetlands. So the fact that we now have some opportunities to place the other 80% of the district
Mhm.
elsewhere means a lot. So Senator Eldridge, you mentioned, being a resource for this, and I think that would be something I think we're very interested in, both in terms of ideas or grants, whatever state resource can be there to help us think about, what's the next step for us to potentially convert South Union Schoolhouse to affordable housing, probably through a public-private partnership. So I don't know if you have any suggestions for us or.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because a specific example in Acton, which is my hometown, the Acton High School, which closed in the 1950s or 60s. So that was then turned into 15 units of truly affordable units. So it was 30 to 50% AMI. Because I think, Sam, I appreciate your point about that, truly affordable housing. And it was bid out to a nonprofit developer who accessed state and federal tax credits to build it. So I would think that'd be a model for the South Union School.
And I think that's a really interesting model, because if I'm remembering it right, it's property that's kind of about the same, roughly the same size, and maybe the same kind of vintage.
Right. Exactly. So happy to get you more information about that.
Thank you very much. Do we have any final questions or comments? So once again, really appreciate your taking the time to be with us today. And the reason why we have, I think, kind of a packed hall right now is one of the most rewarding parts of the year is the presentation of the annual awards from the Southborough Scholarship Committee. So we have some outstanding graduating seniors who are going to receive some well-deserved recognition.
Excellent. Congratulations to all the awardees.
Congratulations.
Great. Well, thanks so much for
Thank you
having
very
us.
much.
Yes. Good luck with the rest of your night.
Thank you. We may need it.
Okay, the next item on our agenda is the award ceremony from the Southborough Scholarship Committee. And is Miss Murphy here? Great. Please come forward. And
So. All, we have 6 out of 7.
I'll turn this on.
Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. So we are from the Southborough Scholarship Advisory Scholarship Committee are very, very pleased and proud to award the following scholarships. We have 6 out of 7 of the recipients are here. And what we would ask is if members of the board would be kind enough to say a little bit about each of the recipients, ask them to come up and present them with their scholarships and their certificates.
That sounds good.
Excellent. All right. Who's going to start?
So I can begin first. What do we have? Okay, so first recipient is Jack Battles, a recipient of the Town of Southborough Scholarship in the amount of $500. And we're very happy to recognize Jack, who's demonstrated a strong commitment to our town. He's been involved in work here at the Townhouse School and community activities for many years, and it was especially inspiring to the scholarship committee to see the importance that voting and organizing town matters were to Jack. We look forward to seeing how Jack makes changes by pursuing a degree in political science at Boston College. Why don't you go next?
Me?
Yes.
So is it, I'm going to do Owen Morse. We got it ready? So congratulations to Owen Morse for his Town of Southborough Scholarship. Owen has been a leader during his time at Algonquin on many levels of activities. He will take his leadership roles forward with his creativity and problem-solving skills in his next chapter. Owen hopes to take on the world and be a business owner in the future. A degree from Providence College will be an exciting new chapter. So where are you, Owen? There you are. So come on up.
Sean Desmond. Ready? Next presentation is for Sean Desmond, the Linda Hubley Memorial Scholarship for $750. We congratulate Sean as a standout in service to the community for the Linda Hubley Memorial Scholarship. Sean is an Eagle Scout, has led many projects bettering our community. I had the pleasure of attending Sean's ceremony where he was pinned as an Eagle Scout, a very impressive ceremony. Clearly has a strong record of community service. His project was building a shed at Schifrin Field that will stand for some time now in memory of his work there. So we appreciate the strong work that Sean has done in service to the community. And we know that will continue, and we wish him well in his career next as he matriculates at the University of Maryland. So congratulations, Sean.
I am happy to recognize Selma Satpati for the Carol Harris Memorial Scholarship for $500. Selma is a very dedicated student. She's volunteered in many different activities for our town. We were impressed with her positive mindset and goal to follow in her mother's footsteps to pursue a career in becoming a successful dentist. With your love for science and analytical philosophy, we are confident you will succeed at the University of Louisville. Yeah. Did she come? Yeah. Okay. When she gets there.
Congratulations.
Many congratulations anyway, right?
Please join us in congratulating Sean Tang for his Town of Southborough Scholarship in the amount of $500. Sean's active support in science research was impressive during his time at Algonquin. His essay on working on a solution to allow people with sensory impairments such as hearing loss to live without feeling limited or left out due to their conditions, which is inspiring on many levels. And we can't wait to see what he's going to do at Duke University. I might want to add, he is also a passionate advocate for sidewalks and bike lanes. Where?
Okay. That one.
So next I'd like to present the award to Erin Navaroli. You ready? Okay, so Erin Erin Navaroli is the recipient of the Carol Harris Memorial Scholarship in the amount of $500. The select board congratulates Erin for her Carol Harris Memorial Scholarship for demonstrating a commitment to education and town programs. With a love for volunteering and children, Erin has realized she will follow her passion to become a teacher. She is a lifeguard camp counselor and worked as an assistant teacher for toddlers. Erin will be attending Salve Regina University to fulfill her dream of becoming a teacher.
So last but not least, this is another Katie Cullen Linda Hubley Memorial Scholarship for $750. This is a student who has made a clear impression on our town. Katie Cullen is also being recognized as Linda Hubley Memorial Scholarship winner. With the listed activities as diverse as they come, Katie has shown to be ready to take on a project. She has declared a desire to eradicate the world's plastic pollution issue. Well, go Katie. Hope she can do that. We look forward to seeing how her education at BC will help her with her goals. Is that the second BC one we have? I think it is. So congratulations, Katie.
I think that's it, right? Thank you very much. Maybe a round of applause for all of the recipients. And thank you very much to the committee for all your hard work and selecting some outstanding candidates and organizing this very nice award ceremony.
If you might be kind enough to step outside, we want to get a picture of everybody in the family staff. We meet in the advisory from bad moves or something.
Yep. Well, that cleared it out.
So we have a problem that I did not anticipate, which is that we are running slightly ahead of schedule.
Oh, my gosh.
So what I'd like to do to allow sufficient time for our for Leah Emerson and the National Grid tree hearing and also the subcommittee final report from the Shopsy subcommittee on 21 Highland is to just jump right into the reports. So I have a brief report on the firefighters Memorial Day ceremony on June 11th that Mr. Stivers and I attended. It was the folks who presided over were Chief Achilles and Captain Scott Navaroli. They did an excellent job. And what this particular event was is, as Chief Achilles explained at the event, there is a tradition in Massachusetts that for a long time on this particular second Sunday in June that firefighters in Massachusetts took a moment to remember those in their ranks who had recently passed away. And because of COVID, the ceremony didn't happen for a couple of years in a row. So this was an example of kind of getting things back on track. It was a very nice ceremony outside, beautiful weather. And there were some brief remarks and I thought it was a nice event. Sam, do you have anything to add to that?
No, just to, again, appreciate the sacrifice our public safety staff makes for the town, the great work they do. Appropriate to recognize those who've departed, a very moving ceremony. Thank you.
And in particular, I thought it was very moving that to remember firefighter Lisa Thompson, who one thing I found amazing that it was actually been less than a year since she passed away. It feels like it was it's been a long time since then, but that was she was very young when she passed away, and I know that was very difficult for the department. Next, members report. Kathy, would you like to provide an update or what there is to make of an update on the Hopkinton IMA?
Yes, thank you, Andrew. So as everyone knows, at annual town meeting, the article that dealt with the Hopkinton water connection was passed pretty much overwhelmingly. So at this point, there's really three things that need to be done to bring this to a close. One is to finish the IMA, and that right now is waiting for Hopkinton to hire their new DPW superintendent, which we've been told, Mark, is imminent. So they want him to weigh in on this. But the IMA is very far along in the process. John Butler has done a great job. He's got his usual technical skills added to it as far as invoice stuff. So that's coming. So you guys will see that, I think, fairly soon. The second thing that has to happen is the ZBA has to issue a special permit for the Oak Hill tank because of its new height. So Jay Tellerman is working on the application for that, and I think that's probably about ready to go in. So I'm looking at Mark.
I think that I'm having conversations with Jay about that. We'll talk to him again tomorrow, but I think that there may need to be some more detail. You know, we just have something, you know, an idea of what that might be right now. So it may be that we need some more engineering before that happens, but we can have that conversation.
Okay. All right. So we'll push that along. And the third one, you may recall that at town meeting, there was a gentleman who was very well spoken. He came up and he's basically Andrew Fast, neighbor on Oak Hill, and he was concerned about the impact of the tank on their neighborhood. So we promised at town meeting that we would have a meeting or forum so that the neighborhood, anybody else too, could come and we would make sure they understood what the impact of the proposed new tank would be on their neighborhood. So we've got to do that too. So that's the three prongs of what have to happen to bring this to a closure. Keep going. Any questions from anybody? Go on.
No, and I think the next is yours to update on private school donations for FY24.
So Vanessa, can you pop up the first spreadsheet? So while she's doing that, as everyone knows, the four major private schools in Southborough, St. Mark's, Fay, New England Children's Center, and Harvard are all 501c3s. And as such, by state law, they are exempt from paying real estate taxes on the property that they own. Therefore, any payment that they decide to make is purely voluntary. A lot of times you'll hear these payments called pilot or payments in lieu of taxes. But there's no requirement that they pay these. It's truly a voluntary. Our schools have been making payments for as long as I can remember. So I'm the liaison to the schools, and I'm going to show you what they all decide to do for the fiscal year ending 6/30/23. So while that's coming. You think you got it, Vanessa? Okay, so while she's doing that, so I'll start with describing what each school did this year. So St. Mark's continued to increase their voluntary contributions. So for fiscal year 23, they have written a check to us for $93,000. It's in the bank. There it is. Okay, so I'm going to start with St. Mark's. It's $93,000, which consisted of three parts. One is they had agreed a couple years ago to help buy fire department turnout gear. So they made the third payment on that, which was $20,000. They also contributed $15,000 toward this new vehicle that we bought this past year called a UTV. And that is a universal terrain vehicle, I think. It's one that the fire department can use to get back into trails and things like that. So it's bought and they contributed $15,000 toward that. And then they contributed $58,000 just to help offset our taxes, so into our general fund. And the way they came up with that is they've got a number that they have started to increase every year by inflation. So they took last year's and added on inflation contributions. That's just to use as we see please, or as we see fit. So $93,000 from St. Mark's, as opposed to 89,800 last year. Bay School last year made a 2-year agreement with Mr. Healy, who was the school liaison last year, to contribute $40,000, which includes an annual contribution of $10,000 a year to the public safety building. And then $30,000 to pay for the new vehicle that was bought for Chief Achilles last year. So they made that over 2 payments. So we already knew what they were going to do for fiscal year 23. One thing too that's interesting about both schools, they are both of their heads are going to retire 6/30/24. And then in Bay School's case, their longtime chair of the board is retiring this year. So they've got a whole new regime coming in Bay. So we look forward to meeting them and continue the discussion as far as these voluntary donations. NEC is a little bit different. So New England Children's Center it had an agreement years ago with a gentleman named Tony Kwan, who is well-known real estate developer in Southborough. Tony sold NEC some of the property they own on Route 9, and as part of the deal, he asked them in a handshake to continue to pay real estate taxes on what they bought from him. So it's not in writing, but they have faithfully done that. Number probably needs to be updated, which we've talked to them about, but they've agreed that, this is what they've contributed for this year, the 104,000. So they have contributed more than any of the other schools for quite a while. So should be recognized for that. The last one is Harvard. So Harvard has a facility over in Alzin, my neck of the woods, that they use as a bookstore repository. So the extra books stay out there. Harvard actually does call their payments pilot. The other schools don't really like that word, but Harvard actually in their letter even calls it pilot. So Harvard's got a pretty generous pilot program throughout the city of Boston. And so they have been doing this for a long time, and they actually ask that their funds go to specifically the police department and the fire department 50-50. So that's one of the requests. They actually restrict where it goes to be used. So we followed that for many years. So in total, 262, right? If you look at what's happened in the last 5 years, it's gone up quite a bit. So Nessa, can you put up the next slide that kind of shows it in graphic form? So over to the right, you see how it's gone up in 5 years. So we've gone from 164 to 262, which was more than 50% in 5 years, which obviously is much more than inflation over the last 5 years. So it's headed in the right direction, and I'm looking straight in front of me at Ms. Fiore. The other thing I wanted to mention is that at the May 2022 annual town meeting, there was a citizens petition to form a pilot committee that was sponsored by Ms. Fiore. It passed, I think overwhelmingly, if I can remember, and it has been approved by the Attorney General, and at this point is about to start meeting. We've got a quorum. There's a couple more people that we need to get to join, but it is about to start meeting. And its purpose is really to provide research to select board, et cetera, as far as what other towns are doing, what other schools are doing. So we are abreast of things that we should know as we approach our local schools, which is also why I asked the question I asked earlier to our state senator. So any questions as far as school contributions for fiscal year 23? Andrew?
I don't have any questions other than to say I think that you and Mr. Healy have done a great job in getting these numbers up, and look forward to further increased contributions. And it's important also for us to take the time to recognize and appreciate the contributions that these institutions have made.
Can I add one more thing that I should have added to begin with?
Yes.
So this is the money they give us. They also do other things that don't necessarily get as well recognized. There are fields shared, look at where the Rotary Club has their food trucks. So there's a lot of things the schools do for us that don't necessarily have a specific dollar. So in the fall, we are going to invite the schools to come to a meeting and talk about all the things that they do that are not necessarily with a dollar sign in front of them. Yeah, I'm done.
Any other questions, Sam? Okay. I think the next item is yours, Master Plan Implementation Committee update.
Yes, that's mine. Thank you. As folks may know, I'm on the Master Plan Implementation Committee. Mr. Murray is here this evening as the chair of that committee, driven by the planning board's master planning process that concluded, I guess, last year now with the 2021 master plan, which is a great document. If folks have not seen it, it's available on the planning board's website, somewhere there. I don't know exactly where, but it's in there, and a very comprehensive look at where the town wants to go over the next 10 years. And so part of that process is looking back at what happened from the last master plan in 2008. And I think we had disappointing results in terms of outcomes. We had a lot of good ideas, but not as much follow through as would have been desired, I think. So what we've done this time is created this master plan implementation committee to try to organize the follow-up process and find ways to reinforce priorities out of that activity to get some things done over the next 10 years in a more focused way. And one of the objectives is to work more closely with the select board in that process. The master plan has, I think, 37 goals and a couple hundred implementation steps. So clearly a lot of stuff going on there, all good ideas, but how do we actually focus and get things done? And given the select board has a significant influence on the budget process, we thought it would be a great thing to actually get the planning board and select board together to talk about priorities. And so we'd like to find a way to arrange a meeting between those two boards and coordinate, given the select board has just gone through a goal setting exercise. And I believe there's reasonable alignment between the select board goals and important priorities for the master plan committee. So that's hopefully in the relatively near future. But again, I think we have the opportunity to get a lot of useful things done here if we work together on it. So that's where we're focused right now. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Mr. Purple, do you have anything under town administrator's report?
Mr. Chair, I just have one item very quickly. Today, we had the employee event. We had Yeomans bring the ice cream truck for a little bit. We had about 55 employees that showed up. It didn't rain. It's great. They seem to enjoy that a lot easier than some of the other trainings that Ms. Hale has put forward and everything in that, trying to get people to. So it was nice to see. It was nice just to do a little bit of of morale boosting for the employees. So I know they appreciate it. So that is really the only thing I have.
Okay. I think we are now right at 7:30. So we could move into the pre-hearing, which is joint with planning because it's on scenic roads, or
Yes.
okay.
Planning board, I believe planning board has a quorum.
All right. Pardon me?
So we had asked that the EDC chair join us, and he is available shortly after 8 o'clock. So we had already talked to Ms. Emerson. She is in the audience, and she's ready when we are, as she said. So we appreciate that.
Okay, I'm trying to think who's missing here. We've got 1, 2. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
However you like.
What do you have? 3? 4.
Yeah, if it's just 4, I guess you could, if you're willing to share microphones. Actually, then I don't know if Grid is gonna make a presentation first, in which case it might make sense. Okay. Okay. Do you want to then try to squeeze up there? Okay.
Do you want me to read the notice while we're waiting?
Yes, that'd be great. So while we get set up, Mr. Purple's going to read the public hearing notice.
This is the public hearing notice for the tree removal hearing. Southborough Tree Warden, under the requirements of Mass General Law, Chapter 87, Section 3. Southborough Planning Board, under the requirements of MGL Chapter 40, Section 15C. Conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at 7:30 PM. Southborough Townhouse, McAuliffe Hearing Room 17, Common Street, and via Zoom. National Grid will discuss the removal and trimming of 24 town-owned trees on the following streets: Sears Road, Deerfoot Road, and Clifford Street. The trees range in size from 8-inch to 48-inch and consist of 4 maple, 4 ash, 13 oak, 1 tupelo, and 2 hickory. Those who wish to watch or participate remotely may do so by accessing the meeting link at ma.southborough-southborough.civicplus.com/674/virtual-meetings. Each tree is posted. A complete list of the proposed tree removal locations, species, size, and pictures can also be found at www.southboroughtown.com/tree-grounds. Any person wishing to be heard should appear at the time and place designated. Objection to the proposed removals may be made in writing prior to or at the hearing. Chairman.
I need to call the planning board to order. The planning board is now in session.
Thank you. So no presentation? Okay. First question I have is, has there been any written objection received to the removal of any of these trees? Do we know?
I have not received anything in our office, no.
And do you have any contrary information?
We have not received any written objection.
Okay. So, Mr. Farrington?
I'd like to object to the removal of all the trees except for 37 Clifford Road.
All right. Why is that?
37 Clifford is a small 6-inch tree that's very hollow, and you can see pretty much that it's completely hollow. So that's why.
Okay. All right. So, but why are you objecting to all of them except that?
They're all alive. I visited all the trees. Some of them are almost 50 inches wide, perfect, no dead branches. Some of them aren't even interfering with the wires. Some I think aren't in the right of way, especially on Deerfoot Road. There's one that is about 20 feet set back. So I don't think that is even a town-owned tree. So a variety of reasons, but the main reason is that pretty much all of them are alive. Thank you.
Okay. So I guess how we could organize this here is, does anyone have a particular question or concern about a particular tree which is on this list?
Can I just speak to Mr. Farrington's comment?
Sure.
So I also visited all the trees and I'll first say that they were visited by the National Grid arborist who recommended their removal in order to keep the electric grid safe. But I also did visit all the trees. Some of them were alive, but they had the crown was dead or they had huge dead limbs. So if you trimmed them, they would be completely unstable. So I concur with the reports from National Grid.
You agree with removing all the trees that are listed except for the couple that are include trimming?
Correct. I don't agree with removing trees that trimming was recommended, but the other ones, yes.
So the 50-inch tree on Clifford Road that doesn't have a single dead limb on it, that
What's the address?
35 or 34. You agree with removing that tree? I also provided pictures to everyone on the board tonight.
So that one had fruited bodies all over it, which indicates there's rot and decline. It had epicormic stems growing out of the limbs, which grow on rot. It had a lot of large dead limbs. And that was one of the ones that it would be difficult to trim off the dead limbs and have a tree that was stable after the trimming was done.
I would also caution against relying on the arborist report for the company that's trying to cut down the trees.
I went out there. These are my notes that I'm reading.
But you mentioned the arborist before. I think that's an inherent conflict of interest.
Well, I think they're trying to keep the grid safe. And as the people on Pine Hill know, when a tree comes down and takes down all the wires, it's not a great situation.
It's my opinion that I don't think that you should be following the arborist report for National Grid. I think town should have an independent arborist look at all the trees. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, maybe how about this? If we just go through the select board, see if anyone has questions or concerns, and then we move to the planning board and then. Okay, Mr. Hamilton?
I love trees. I've planted thousands in my life, but I've also cut down hundreds. We need to do this work. I live on Pine Hill Road. We had a devastating windstorm that took down huge unattended trees and put power out on our street for 26 hours during the coldest day of the winter, which caused hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of damage to the homes in our neighborhood. So, trees along the roads are inherently at risk because the road is open. And so the canopy wants to grow over the road and then lean. And the road also is an impermeable surface which weakens roots. So, we've got to do this work because if we don't, we're going to, people's properties are going to be damaged and we're going to suffer outages.
I'm curious, Mr. Hamilton, have you visited all of the trees?
I was engaged elsewhere this week on public matters. So the answer is no, but I'm generally sympathetic with National Grid. We've got to keep the grid working. We're going to be relying more and more and more on the grid for more and more services as we try to decarbonize our environment. And that means grid reliability is going to become more and more important and for our lives and our well-being. And this is part of grid reliability.
Ms. Landry.
Well, I haven't visited the trees, so I can't say, and I maybe wouldn't know, even if I looked at them, because sometimes they're alive, even though the hollow is dead, but they'll blow over and break. So I'm going to recuse myself from discussing this any further, except to say that I hope for every tree that comes down, a large one is replanted.
My turn? Sure. I did visit trees. I concur with the National Grid opinion on this, and with all due respect to Mr. Farrington, I think you got to respect the professional opinion of the arborist. I don't come into the assumption that National Grid's arborist or any arborist is somehow biased to cut down trees outside of the need for public safety in terms of the electrical grid. So I'm a big supporter of trees. On the other hand, I'm also a big supporter of public safety, and the cost of something like this going wrong, as we've seen on Pine Hill recently, is substantial. So I'm supporting the recommendations.
Kathy?
So I did not visit the trees either, but I don't feel obligated to do that. I know that Mimi is not going to recommend a tree coming down unless it needs to come down. So I've got great faith in what she sees and recommends, and the arborist also. And I didn't want to say, I don't know why you would assume because the arborist is paid by National Grid that he's biased. He's being hired to protect the grid. And he believes these trees should come down to do it. And remember that I'm also in the same neighborhood as Mr. Hamilton, so I know what a tree coming down can do. I'm in the middle of replacing literally our entire HVAC system in our house right now. So I am totally supportive of the recommendations from the grid and Mimi.
I did look at these trees. They had red flags on them and notices on them. Some of them had kind of blown a little bit because of the weather conditions, and I also concur with the recommendations of National Grid. Mimi, would you like to see go through your board, and then we'll see if there's any last comments, and then take a vote.
Mr. Stein?
So Mimi, there was 24 trees on the list. And if I'm reading it correctly, it was 17 and 8 that are listed as trim as the recommendation of the arborist. But are you saying that those 2 trees should be changed to remove?
No,
Misunderstood. What were you saying?
I
about
concur with the arborist's recommendation.
across the board? So those should be left trim and.
Yeah.
Okay. So like Mr. Hamilton and Ms. Cook, I do rely on Mimi a lot. Mimi does the site visits that sometimes I don't have the time to do. And I certainly defer to the utility company and their expertise I need electricity and I don't want to interfere, especially with the weather conditions, what they are. I would not want to overreach on that. So I concur with the findings of the arborist.
Ms. Houlihan.
So my first question, is the arborist from National Grid here? So I would love, I don't want to waste too much of your time, but I am perplexed in the sense that I am not an arborist, but I live on Clifford. And so honestly, it's a scenic road. A lot of the trees that were identified in here, it's not clear to me how they're impacting the wires. And then it wasn't clear to me because they were, all the pictures presented were during the winter, and now they're all green and they all look alive to me. So I think that's my biggest concern. I live right near the one Mr. Farrington mentioned that appears alive and well. And it's a very large, I think it's 40 inches in diameter. That's a huge tree to lose on that road. And so I'm just curious, like when I look at these trees and I have photo color pictures, how is it that the report, I just need to, maybe those specific trees on Clifford are the ones, and then there's just one that was set back that I would also agree with Mr. Farrington. It doesn't even appear on a public right of way. Yeah, that corner one.
On our GIS maps, it looks like the town right away actually extends pretty far onto the property there. There's actually a stone wall you can see there as well. So that's why we also engaged the homeowner and they signed off on it as well. But if that one's not a town tree, we don't need to get, if you don't want to sign off on that one and you want to say it's private, then we have private permission to do that as well. The other ones on Clifford, there's the large oak tree that's right on the corner of Clifford and Deerfield, and that one has been topped. I don't think there's anything on the top of it at all. Yeah, it's just kind of leaning over. Then going down is the next one, I think on Clifford, a hickory. That one, my memory serves me, there's a large cavity on the base around the side. Oh, sure. Oh, no, that's all right. Thank you. Yep. Okay. Yeah, so there's a large cavity at the base. It's kind of hidden on the opposite side, and it's rotted inside, so there's internal decay. And it's not, some of these aren't necessarily like in the lines, but if they were to fail, they're inclined to go towards the lines, or they could go towards the lines to the point where we don't want to risk it, and it would be safer for us to remove the tree. And then there's that big oak. So that big oak has there were a lot of fungal fruiting bodies on the ground, indicating it was root decay. There was also some larger dead leaves, which will naturally happen in an oak. They will get shaded out, but that plus the root decay, it just seemed like with a tree that large, mature trees can they can go into decline like that. And if there is root rot, then if that were to come over, it would cause a large problem. So, it's kind of a risk versus, how much risk we want to accept with that tree still being there. And then on the opposite side of the road, there was a red maple. There were dead broken leaves on it, and there were fungal fruiting bodies on it, which indicates internal decay. I don't know how bad the internal decay was, but if this fruiting body is there, then it means that there is some decay in there. And with the dead leaves, it being in sort of a state of decline, even though it is across from the road, it was leaning towards the lines. So if it were to fail anywhere from mid down, it would impact the lines. And then a little further down that one, on the same side as the red maple, there was an oak tree. But there was just a large cavity at the base of it. It's all hollow inside. So I don't know how far it goes up. I recall sticking a stick up, and it went all the way up. It was a very long stick. So I don't know the extent of it, but that's another risk I don't want to take. And then there's the hickory at the very end. It's a small one. It just has it's like all hollow on the inside.
Thank you. And my last question is, with these trees that are near the line, do you guys take care of the bittersweet? Because those are also killing a lot of those trees. Do you clean those up as well as removing and trimming trees? live trees that are in the way, that to keep them alive so they don't have to be removed?
If there's bittersweet or other vines growing on the stem that we are removing, we will cut it off the stem. But we don't just clear out the area of other vegetation, as we're not permitted to do so.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to reserve comments for after Mr. Muria.
I just want to remind everybody that the planning board has engaged in what appears to be maybe a year-long effort to try to get on top of working with National Grid to be able to come up with a reasonable approach to taking down trees. As you know, scenic roads have extra protections, and some of the most scenic roads in town have the largest trees. And it appears to me that you want to take down the largest trees. I just want to also mention that, you know, when I first joined the planning board about a year ago, looking around the town, there were a lot of topped trees. So there were 20-foot butts that were just top of the tree was completely taken off, and that was by National Grid. Of course, then we had to come around and have tree hearings to get rid of that. And then there was a case on Sears Road where National Grid just came and just took down trees. And people who live along Sears Road will know those were some of the largest trees in town. People who still drive down Sears Road, myself included, will look at that tree trunk that's still still there and say, oh God, I remember that was the most beautiful tree. We had a visiting arborist come to work with the planning board a while ago, maybe it was half a year ago now. And one thing we learned was that, you know, we really do need to be taking care of these trees. They're, you know, they're not always pretty. A lot of these they were planted, you know, or they popped up 100, 150 years ago. They've been hit by cars. There's other things going on. Bark is coming off. And the other thing that planning board tried to do, and I think we had a review with you in National Grid, maybe at the end of the year to go over the annual tree plan. And if I'm not mistaken, you were supposed to identify the trees that were to be taken down during the year. Am I correct about that? No?
No, it was the annual vegetation management plan, which allows them to, during vegetation management, they can take down trees up to 8 inches, and these are larger than that, which is why they're here for a hearing.
Okay. Okay. So that is my concern, that these are some of the largest and most beautiful trees in town. I am appalled that there's not more trimming recommendations. Some of these trees are nowhere near a line, actually, and maybe it's a matter of looking at the tree a little more carefully just to see if, you know, we're talking about a tree that might be across the street from a line, especially if there's a couple on Clifford like that, maybe you can cut, you know, trim the tree instead of remove the tree. But Southborough is a town of trees and stone walls. And as planning board members, we are sort of the caretakers of scenic roads. And by taking down our trees, you're removing the history of our town. So I'm going to be also objecting to the removal of these trees. The report that we received, I actually went looking for another report because I couldn't believe that the scant little note like dead top or, you know, dead limb. I went around and looked at those trees. I have pictures of every one of those trees, with the exception of 2 or 3. Most of them look very much alive. And I know I'm not an arborist, but I would have liked to have seen more notes as to why you think that you should just take them down completely rather than trim around the lines. I understand you trim around the lines. Next year, you're going to come back and say it's not stable and you have to take down the tree. I get that. But I would like to see a more measured approach rather than taking away the history of our town. So I'm going to object to these trees. The other tree that was mentioned by this young man who happens to be related to me is there is a very, very, very dead tree on Clifford. So I found it really remarkable that you're looking to take down 50-inch trees, and the dead one, which is absolutely dead, it looks like a cactus. It's so dead that you actually didn't put that one on the list. So I would just say that please take pictures that are more in the current time frame, because the pictures that you provided to all these folks who did not go out and do what I do, what Mimi does, what that young man does, they look like they're all dead. because they're taken what, in the winter time? This is June. The pictures could have been taken, you know, I think those applications came in April, May. There were leaves coming in on those trees. We did not find, in my search, I did not find a tree with a dead branch. And, you know, there may be a couple that are truly dead that, you know, you have on the list. But these 30-inch, 40-inch, 50-inch trees, I'm going to object to all of them tonight. And I wish that you'd be a little bit more considerate of our history in Southborough and ask that next time you come through with an arborist report, it says something more than top is dead or limb is dead. And so I would appreciate that you would be a little more respectful of our trees in our town, because we're trying to save them. We're trying to get on top of this. We're trying to plant them, but just taking down the history of our town is really not very helpful. A lot of people, when they're going to be very sad, they may not come here to these hearings, but what happens is they go to work, they come home, and their tree is gone. And then they wonder what the heck happened. And so we're here to protect those trees. I'm going to be voting no on all the trees tonight. Thank you.
We also did permission with all the homes.
Excuse me, but homeowner, these are public shade trees. I'm not talking about private trees. Yeah.
Abutters. We do have signed permission from all the abutters of all these trees. So obviously we can't take it down with their permission, but we like to make sure that the person who is going to be most affected by it, you know, the homeowner is on board with it. And a lot of times if they don't want it, we won't pursue it with the town as well.
Just like to back up and say that the reason the National Grid's Hazard Tree Mitigation Program inspected trees along a poor performing section of Main Line in Southborough is because it is poor performing. It has had a high number of tree cause outages, other outages, lightning strikes, animals, car pole hits, things like that.
Do you have excuse me, but do you have a report or something on that?
There is an interruption data report. We do have those. I do not have it here. It's not something we normally share.
I mean, but could you be, when the arborist reports come in, can you be more specific to say, there's an outage, it's related to this, you know, particular pole or this stretch of poles, and these are the trees that are contributing to that? Because what we're seeing is wholesale wiping out of any tree that's 30, 40, and 50 inches all the way down the street.
This is not a wholesale removal of all trees. It's not a tree that has a certain diameter. Let's go cut it down. This is a very thorough tree by tree assessment of every tree within striking distance of the main line segments that we are inspecting. So we do target the areas that have the tree outages. This program focuses only on 3-phase, so the largest impact for the dollars spent. The tree that you referenced on Clifford Street that is dead as a cactus, as you put it, I believe is on a single phase section, which this program does not work those sections. The single phase would be deferred to the district arborist who covers Southborough for his daily job. We cover the entire Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So we kind of come in when things are going bad and we try to mitigate the hazards that we find.
I appreciate that. What about trimming?
The first thing that our arborists do, like Paul and Bill, they will look at the tree. They'll see, does that look like a tree? Or does it have everything a tree needs to survive? They look it up and down as they find defects with the tree, whether it's a cavity in the base, a dead limb in the crown. They'll say, okay, how do I mitigate that hazard? Right, that limb in the crown. Okay, I could prune that back and the tree should survive. Let's recommend in that. Oh, he keeps looking, then he finds another one, another one. Next thing he has 4 limbs he wants to remove, and then there's going to be greater than 30% of the crown removed. So therefore, we, by doing our due diligence, would propose a removal of the tree to mitigate the hazards. If you have a cavity in the base, unfortunately, the only way to mitigate a cavity in the base would be to remove it below. We don't do any cabling. We can do some crown thinning sometimes. We could back weight trees away. But if there's a target behind the tree that we've now back weighted the entire tree towards something, we don't want to do that either. So you do have some trees that are across from the wires that are further away. And you would say that's not near the wires, but through Paul's a trained utility arborist. He knows what he's looking at for utility assets and for trees. He knows how to protect them.
Well, let me ask you about that large one that Ms. Houlihan mentioned, because that is the largest one on Clifford. And it's not near a line at all. I think you're recommending trimming of that one to the Union.
The 48-inch oak tree, tree number 21.
Yeah, it is.
We'd also like to leave some time in here for public comment also. Just want to be mindful of that.
The large tree on Clifford, the 48-inch oak tree with large dead leaves, large cavities, large fungal fruiting bodies that are growing on the roots. Large cavities, large fruiting bodies only come in when there's decay present.
And given that they're on the roots, that gives you the chance of uprooting because there's not much holding it onto the ground. So you can trim it all you want. The tree's still standing and that's the hazard, unfortunately.
We don't want to do more than we have to. We have a senior arborist who looks at every tree that Paul and Bill look at. I look at them myself. If the senior arborist could not look at them. We do vet everything that these guys do put forward for us.
I appreciate that. I just want to make the point to the select board as well. We're a town of over 10,000 people and it's time we get an arborist. Thanks.
Legally, yes.
So Mimi?
Can I go?
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So first off, I love trees. I've been working on this for 5 years to get the town to comply with Mass General laws. So it's not that I'm a tree hater, because I'm not. I'm a tree hugger. And I've walked all the trees for every hearing, every time. Most of all the other ones I walked with the arborists that are DPW subcontracts. And I asked him 5,000 questions on every single solitary tree. So I'm not an arborist, but I learned a little from him. So some of the things that he pointed out, I recognize on other trees. So although it pains me some of these huge trees to come down, I can certainly understand it. That big one, as you said, it has fruited bodies. Fruited bodies on the roots is not a good sign. If your roots are in decay, you're not in a good place. And we also have to recognize that these public shade trees are on the side of roads. So if they're in danger of coming down, it could take down electricity, could fall on a car, a kid. So we have to err on the side of caution with those. So I concur with what National Grid arborist recommended.
Mimi, I think there was one person who came to comment. Is there? Okay.
Hi, I'm Ellen Joyce, 54 Deerfoot Road. I just have a question about the trees you're trimming. We have the tupelo. And we're wondering, we're under the impression that was just going to be trimmed and we just want to make sure. I think it's the only tupelo in town too. Yeah.
That's a trim.
Good. Okay. And also a couple of the trees, I just want to say a couple across the street from us. Every time the wind blows, we're afraid one of the big trees is going to come down, not only take out the wires, but take out our cars, our garage, and probably our bedroom. So some of the trees definitely do need to come down. Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes, please identify yourself.
I'm a tree lover. I'm just curious.
Chris.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chris Robbins, 39 Parkerville Road. I'm a tree hugger. There's one up in New Hampshire. It's so big you can't even put your arms around it, but I try to give it a hug like we all do. But I want to say, what medical treatment are the trees getting as they grow? What are we doing to sustain them so we just don't wait until they rot and get old and decrepit? So is there a healthcare program for our trees?
Not yet. We're working on it.
Is there any other public comment from the Zoom audience or anything like that? Okay. So, Mimi, how would you like to proceed? I think we know I have a sense of what the sentiment of the select board is going to be. I know you are 4 members here. So how would you like to proceed?
You want to make a motion, Jesse?
So the motion is that the planning board support the Mass Electric Company National Grid Hazard Tree Mitigation Plan as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Stein, yes?
Miriam, no?
Houlihan, no.
Well, for the select board, I move that the select board approve the removal of the 24 trees and the trimming as outlined in the National Grid tree mitigation program.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Abstain, okay, so 4-0 vote from, sorry, 4-0-1 vote from the select board.
So just to be clear, we learned that we had been proceeding incorrectly. So it requires a affirmative vote from both the planning board and the select board. So this fails.
Okay, I think that's unfortunate, but
So if the planning board takes up the issue again, when they've got all 5 members there, and hypothetically would vote in favor at that point, would that mean that we would not have to vote again as a select board, or I don't understand how the process works? Andrew, do you know?
pardon me?
Say if the planning board were to vote again with all 5 members there and vote in favor, would we have to vote
Yeah.
again, or?
Would we have to vote again?
I don't know.
We'd have to have another hearing.
Oh, hearing? Okay.
I don't think I would move that we continue the hearing. Is there a second?
Second,
All those in favor?
leave it open.
Yes.
So moved.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Continued to time indefinite?
I'm concerned about that. Can I express my concern?
Do you have to state a definite?
We're next
Date.
meeting on July 11th. You could join us then.
So amended to continuance of this matter till July 11th.
At what time?
6:30.
6:30.
You want to amend your second, Marnie?
As amended.
We'll have to vote
Can I
again,
speak?
specific time.
I think we did have a specific time, 6:30
But
Yep.
on July.
we didn't.
Yep.
vote on that.
Okay, so I move that the select board continue this hearing until July 11th at 6:30 PM.
Second,
All those in favor? All those opposed? 5-0.
And we still have our motion on the floor. Debbie, you had a,
Well, I just want to say, sometimes votes don't go the way that we want, but I don't think that extending a hearing just to get the vote that you want is really appropriate. That's all.
My only point would be, I'm fine with continuing. I think that from the perspective of, is there a way where we could phase it for the removal? So I think that's where I'm open to having a discussion, either trimming or removal, but not necessarily everything all at once.
May I ask for additional information if we extend the public hearing? From the arborist? In other words, not use, supplement the packets that we have with additional information that we have. If we haven't voted as a planning board, but if it moves, that you're going to extend the public hearing, I'd be interested in having additional information from the arborist and even possibly our town arborist consultant to take a look at the trees.
okay, 1 minute. We're in the middle of our motion. So we have a motion and a second on the table. Any more discussion? All in favor, Latrell, yes?
Stein, yes?
Demiria, no?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think both boards have now voted to continue this hearing until July 11th at 6:30 PM.
Thank you.
Thank you.
meeting at Lisa there. Yep, she's in the audience.
Mr. Dennington,
Yes.
on our agenda, we posted the 21 Highland
Mm-hmm.
final report. Is we going to move to that item now? Or
Here's the.
I'm asking, could we please move to that item now?
Okay, I think I'm okay with that. I just want to confer with the team here that we're waiting for Mr. Anderson, and we think he's going to be able to join us. It's 8:07. So I am okay with that. We would move up, we'd proceed to the ShopC Subcommittee final report. And then we'll take Leah Emerson. So Tom, would you like to come forward? And so to set the stage for this, included in the packet is a report from the subcommittee that was formed. Was it joint between ShopC and the capital plan?
CPC, I'm saying, capital planning, and Jesse was there as a representative of the planning board.
Okay.
So it was-
And
yeah.
so this is a report that's in the packet. It's very comprehensive. There's excellent job that in particular, Mr. Stein and Mr. Bissecule did on this report. And I also think it was at Alex Frisch and Mr. Palmer. Okay. Gives you an overview of some of the opportunities and challenges in making a more productive use of this property. So in reviewing the charge for this committee, it did call for the committee to give a kind of final report to the select board. And we, as the select board, one of our goals that we've set for the upcoming year is to start moving, to make some progress on this. I think the way we define this is determine the future of this building, because it has some significant carrying costs if we continue to just think about it and not act. So with that in mind, I thought there's no more qualified person to give a overview of this report, and would be particularly interested in, do you have any next steps that you would recommend to us?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just a quick point of order. I know that.
Introduce yourself again.
I'm sorry, I'm Tom Bissecule. I am, I guess I was the chair of the subcommittee and a member of this 21 Highland subcommittee that, and one of the authors of this report that you have in front of you. Quick point of order. I know in the charging document, it did contemplate that ShopC and capital planning would make a joint presentation of this report and recommendation to the select board. For the record, I've not been officially deputized by either ShopC or capital planning to be here. So I'm not sure what exactly my capacity is, other than that, I am the author of the report and can speak to it. Okay. So just, I know that this was issued back in March. I don't know if the folks on the select board have had a chance to review it. But particularly for the new members, I can give a basic overview without getting into too much granular detail of the report, which can go on forever. So just to give you a quick overview of the salient points of the report. The site is a 3-acre property at 21 Highland Street. It's the site of the South Union School building, which is a very attractive historical property. It's listed on the National Register of Historical Places. It's listed on the Mass Historical Commission's list of historical assets. Classic revival architecture. It's a beautiful old building, 10,000 square feet roughly. And a quick point of clarification for the report. The report does also list a parcel 2C, which is a 0.7 of an acre parcel adjacent to this property, which we mistakenly believe was part of the town owned land, and it is not. It's owned by the Southborough Open Land Foundation. In the overall scheme of the report, it doesn't really make the difference between this being a developable property for affordable housing or not, but just for that clarification that parcel is not part of the 21 Highland property. So the subcommittee did a several month review of the property. Our charge was to sort of investigate it for feasibility for affordable housing, which is a sort of broad and amorphous charge. So we interpreted that as best we could as lay people. So one of the things we looked at was the developability of the property. And I'm quick to point out that, again, we are not professional engineers or professional site planners or architects. We're just regular people like everyone else on this board. So we derived a lot of our information on the developability of the property by doing, interviews with developers, multiple developers, affordable housing specialists, and people like that. So the part about the developability of the property is a little bit informal, but the main takeaway is that this is clearly a developable property. Some of the developers we spoke to, depending on whether the school building itself is maintained or not, or torn down. Some developers say, it's an old historical building for development purposes. It'd be easier to knock it down and build up new structures. It'd be cheaper, faster. Other developers said, hey, we really love these historical buildings. They can be converted to housing pretty easily. And there's grant programs and things like government funds that will help offset some of the costs of rehabbing historical buildings. So there's some pros and cons to keeping or not keeping the actual building on the site. But on a 3-acre site, there's plenty of room for additional housing development. And just for comparison, I give a case example in our report of a property in Hudson, 62 Packard Street, which was a smaller site. I think it was 1.8 acres.
Police station?
That's the old police station, yes. And that's a good case study where the town of Hudson took that property and converted it to 40 units of affordable housing. So our 3-acre site is plenty big enough for development and whatever configuration that ends up being. And that's really part of the next step of the evaluation of this property for what happens next. Proper professionals would come into play and give a more professional assessment of how it might be developed and what density and things like that. But so that was the one of the first things we looked at was the developability of it, what could potentially be built there physically and from a development standpoint. Then we looked at the zoning, and that's one of the things that we've talked about in the past before the select board. That has some challenges because the current zoning in Southborough really does not support multifamily housing in any real sense. So without going into the granular detail, as it stands right now, there's no zoning provision that would allow the development of this property for, let's call it 12 to 20 units or 30 units. It can't be done under the current zoning that we have. So that's part of a larger policy question for the town as a whole to take a look at. But if this were to be developed, it would be outside of the town zoning, which would be the usual suspects of a 40B project. Or of course, there's been a lot of conversations about the MBTA community zoning, which would, if this property were encompassed within the zone, would allow for the type of density of housing that the site could support. So that's sort of where we came out on the zoning analysis piece of the report. Let's see. We did analysis of just some illustrations on what the median income, the average median income is, the AMIS is $135,000 a year for Southborough. So there's some illustrations in here. I won't go into granular detail about how that translates into actual housing costs. In order to be affordable, the housing costs have to be affordable, meaning no more than 30% of a household's monthly income can be devoted to their housing costs. And so there's some illustrations in here of what those numbers translate into at 100% AMI and 80% AMI. So again, I won't go into a lot of detail. So really, the next steps that we got into are who would actually execute on the development of affordable housing or any housing on this site. And we explored a couple of different options. One option that was talked about a lot, and I guess our report sort of concludes is not the right way to go, is for the town to develop it on its own. As some of the select board members may know from other projects, it can be extraordinarily inefficient for towns to do their own construction projects. But the two main culprits in that regard are that the town would be subject to the public procurement process. And if it was a public construction project, it'd be subject to the prevailing wage law. So all of that together, again, I'm not an expert, I'm a layperson, but the housing experts have told us that those two together cause a public project to cost something in the range of 40% more than a privately developed project. So on that basis, the committee concludes that it's probably not the best pathway to have the town develop it on its own. So some of the other options are public-private partnerships that were talked about a little bit earlier today. To do this, without going into all the economics of affordable housing, as I've said to the board in the past, affordable housing doesn't really work on a conventional economics. It doesn't, the cost to produce affordable housing aren't covered by the return you get from making them affordable. So the way these are typically done is there's some lattice work of public-private partnership where public funds go into the project. One of the examples I gave in here is again the Packard Street project in Hudson, where the town donated the land and the property to the developer. They also donated several $100,000 of their affordable housing trust funds to make the economics of it work. And then they worked with a community development corporation called Metro West Collaborative Development to do the project. And the CDC, these CDCs, the typical way they work is that they use low-income housing tax credits. And again, without going to the granular details of that, it's sort of hard to wrap your mind around it. But basically, there's a certain number of units that have to be created because the tax credits are given on a per unit basis. So you need a certain volume of units for the tax credits to add up to enough to be significant enough to offset the development costs. So if the town were to go that direction, it would call for a more dense project, but the type of density they're talking about is 30 units. And so if you marry that with the discussion of the MBTA community zoning bylaw that we're talking about, which is a minimum density of 15 units an acre, this is a 3-acre property, a 30-unit project would be consistent with that zoning density. It wouldn't even max out the zoning density. That 30 number is not a hard and fast number. That's just kind of a typical rule of thumb where the tax credits get high enough. But they've told me that there are other, again, the lattice work comes in. So if the town donates a land and they give a higher number of affordable housing trust funds, then the developer doesn't need as many tax credits to offset the development costs. So there's it's an amoeba of different things that go into it to make it all work. So 30 is the sort of general rule, but I think it's feasible to do less if that's where the town wanted to go. And so these community developers and professional developers also have and even private developers have expertise in availing of public state funding grant programs. Those programs, it's an alphabet soup, it's Byzantine. It's hard to figure out and wrap your hands around, but these professional developers have a great handle on it. They know the right levers to pull. And it would really be, the right path, I think, to have a professional developer, even if it was a community developer, be the party to take on this type of project. So that's basically a summary of the report. Next steps, Andrew, as you asked for it, again, this is coming from the housing specialist I spoke to. There's some really great resources out there. Mass Housing Partnership is a terrific resource. They also give technical assistance on a pro bono basis to towns and municipalities that want to do this. Mass Development also has a real estate educational service, technical services that can get paid for out of the one-stop grant program. So there is a lot of support out there for towns that want to do this to help guide the process and give technical assistance on the next steps that need to be done. So with that, there's some of the big picture takeaways I got from the people I spoke to, particularly in Mass Housing Partnership, were a couple of things for next steps. One is for developers to be interested in devoting time and energy and resources into putting together a project for a site like this, they're going to want to see a feasibility study of the property because they're going to want to see what's involved, what the site conditions are, what the economics are before they decide that it's worth investing in. And two, a government step, which is to have the town, right now it's devoted to school use. And if it's devoted to school use, it can't be used for affordable housing for any other use other than school. So one step they said developers are going to want to see is for the site to be declared as surplus property. So that, and that's a political step that needs to happen. Developers want to see that happen before, again, they devote a lot of time and resources into planning so that they don't put tens of thousands of dollars into planning only to have the town meeting vote down the conversion of the property to surplus property. So those are the two main things that developers are going to want to see before they're going to be interested in jumping in and devoting time and energy into this. Third step is once that's done, they described a process called an RFI process, a request for interest, which is an informal process, outreach from the municipality to different developers who might be interested in doing these projects to say, hey, we have the site. Here's a feasibility study. This is what the site looks like. We wanted to devote to housing. We invite you to come in and speak to us on an informal basis and give us your ideas of what you want to do. Maybe mock up some conceptual plans of what you might do with the property, get some feedback from the town, all non-binding, but it's a good process to alert developers that there's an opportunity here that they should start focusing on, and then two, help refine their process as they move to the next formal step, which is an RFP process. And so one of the benefits of this RFI process are that, developers can bounce ideas off of the town and the town planner and the planning board and things like that, get a sense of what we want. So that when they get to the next step, they have a more honed in project proposal that they think will fly with the town and will be palatable. So that's kind of a rough overview of next steps, if that's helpful.
Thank you. So it sounded like my takeaway from this is one potential next step is a combination of funding a feasibility study, finding a source to fund that, and then an RFI process.
Correct. And there are funding sources for feasibility studies.
Yes.
There's the LIP, which everything's alphabet soup. It's local initiative program, which is run by the DHCD. And then I think, again, the one-stop grants, which are run by I think those are also run by the DHCD. There's grant money available for feasibility studies in that as well, which is something we can apply for.
Okay. So why don't we go around, Mr. Hamilton? Do you have any questions?
A couple of quick questions. Did you do any soils or septic analysis? No. Okay.
No, we had no funding. We had no, and we're not.
I appreciate it. I did.
Yeah, just so you know.
I did review the report and it is quite thorough. This building is still under the control of the school committee?
I don't know.
I don't believe it is. I believe I believe they turned it back to us a long time ago. So which means that it's no longer a school.
It's no longer a school, but public land is devoted to a particular public use. So, so if you want to use it for another use, I believe you have to, let's call it decommission it, for lack of a better term, for school, but maybe we can explore it further. That's the
my
direction I'm getting from that.
Okay, yeah, my understanding was that once the school committee declared it as surplus for use, it comes back to.
Oh, has that already been done?
Well, probably 50 years ago.
That they already said it's now devoted to surplus property?
I'd always assumed it was. I'm familiar with this building because it's a hideous money pit. When I was looking at it some 10 years ago, I mean, this is a building that costs $1,500 a week to heat in the middle of the winter. And, that's just a hideous drain of money that could easily be used elsewhere and could, I'm embarrassed to ask taxpayers for money for that. So I think it's best off our books altogether. Those are really the comments I had is, this building is costing us money every day that we continue to own it. And it's costing us, it's a hidden cost. Nobody ever pays attention to it, but it's a lot of money, and money, frankly, that I think could be vastly better used to take care of trees, for example.
Or affordable housing.
Or affordable housing. Yeah, exactly. So, I think the sooner we get this property into private hands, the better. And I realize that if we want to turn that into affordable housing of some reasonable density, then we're going to have to first go through the zoning process.
I had two questions. The Community Development Corporation that you recommended using like they had in Hudson.
Yeah, I don't know that we necessarily recommended them.
Or that
They're
you consider, okay.
they did a nice project. They're doing a nice project in Hudson, which I outlined there. So that they are one possibility. And the way I understand it is that these community development corporations really are, they're sort of quasi, they're not really government agencies, but they're not really private. They can't just wander around everywhere. They're all assigned regions. And so there's only a couple that are assigned to the region that Southborough and Metro West Collaborative is one of those. I'm not
Oh,
sure
okay,
the
that clarifies. a lot.
Yeah, just so you know.
Because the other part of it was if we're doing steps 1, 2, and 3 to attract a potential developer, would a collaborative be?
They would be, yeah.
So that would be one potential.
Yeah.
developer.
Yes.
All right, okay, that's good. That clarifies that one. The other thought I had was, I mean, obviously the MBTA has us all tearing our hair out at this point. What potential benefit could this bring to the neighborhood, which is a stable neighborhood, but it is near the train station? What benefit could be offered to the neighborhood to make it worthwhile to them to have this change there?
I'm not a political animal. This is just a glorified book report, from a bunch of lay people who did a lot of research on this. So from my standpoint, with my Shopsy hat on, we badly need affordable housing in the town of Southborough. So, from a larger public policy standpoint, this, in my mind, is an excellent opportunity to have a project that's truly an affordable housing project, not a 40B is nice where the, private developers are sacrificing 25% of the units as affordable in order to get 75% market units. I mean, this is a rare opportunity to create truly 100% affordable housing units. So I think the benefit to the town is affordable housing. The benefit to the neighborhood, I don't know. That's for people smarter than me to figure out.
The question about affordable housing, which a lot of times gets mixed in with subsidized housing, which is a different animal, is would that mean that people who couldn't afford to maintain their households in Southborough could purchase a unit or live in a unit? Could it mean that people's children could come back or their parents could live in town? Is there any way to incentivize it so that people would say, this would be a really good thing for me if my, I don't know, parents could live here?
Yeah, and
kid
some of the
could move?
people,
Is there any way to
You know, again, I'm not a politician. I'm just a regular Joe in town. But I think, you know, we had a classic example of some of the younger people who were in the room earlier today. And, you know, we've had previous discussions where if at the price point of a house in Southborough on average is $950,000, there's no entry point for those young students to go to college and then come back to the hometown and buy a house. I couldn't afford my house that I bought, 20 years ago today, if in the same position I was in 20 years ago. And so, yeah, I mean, for those, I suppose you could spin it that way, that these units are units that could be affordable to younger people and people with more moderate incomes, that aren't CEOs and hedge fund managers. Regular people can.
As
you
a
know,
former teacher, I have to say that our incomes were not huge. And I'm thinking that also would be a really.
Yeah, and that's my standpoint too. I don't think, from my standpoint, we as a town want to become Weston or Dover, right? We want school teachers and public servants and people with ordinary income, moderate income jobs to be able to live in our town. And my concern is there's just not enough housing stock to give them the entry point to come in and stay here. So in my personal view, affordable housing, more multifamily housing is a good entry point, even if it's not income restricted. But certainly, an opportunity like this where, say, there's 30 units of truly affordable housing that's income restricted to 80% of AMI or less. Actually, I think for the low income housing tax credits, some of the units have to be at 50% AMI, and a couple of the units even at 30% of AMI. So these would be truly, if that were the program we use, would be truly affordable housing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Hope that's helpful.
Sorry there. Mr. Syverson.
Thank you. Thanks, Tom. As you know, I followed the committee's work pretty carefully on this. I think you folks.
And you've been a
Outstanding.
contributor. Thank you for your
Outstanding
contributions.
job.
By the way. Thank you.
And no secret that we've not made a lot of progress in affordable housing development. And I think this creates an opportunity to actually do something. So I think that it's a great start. And again, I don't have any questions about it other than what do we need to do to make something happen here? Thank you.
Sounds great. Thanks, Sam.
So thank you for doing this. Everything you said was so interesting. The report is so well written, and thank for all the guys that have done this. So my question is, let me just add something to what Al said. So Al talked about operating costs. We got to talk about capital costs too, which is what we're looking at too. So that's what we're trying to avoid. Because that building can be a money pit real quick. Do you realize that there was a previous process where a prior select board did try to mark this property and it pretty much failed? There was almost no interest. I don't see how they could have done that if the property wasn't already declared surplus. I think that's probably done, but we'll check to make sure.
I don't know. I didn't
we'll
look
check,
into
but
it. So if
because
that's the case, yeah.
Most importantly, and we got planning board sitting next to us who's in charge of this effort. As far as next steps go, how would we go forward until we knew whether the planning board was going to recommend that South Union be part of the 10 acres that have to be within half mile of the train station? Wouldn't that be a really crucial thing for a developer to understand before they really got interested in this?
I'd say yes and no. One, on the yes side, I'd say, if the MBTA community zone was created, then it'd be an easier permitting entitlement process, because those 15 units per acre would have to be as of right. There might be some site planning involved and things like that, but it would be the MBTA community bylaw requires that they be permitted as of right. But the no part is they always have the old friend of the 40B project. If they want to come and do a project is outside of the four corners of our zoning bylaws, a developer and a community developer. That's what actually the Packard Street project in Hudson was, a 40B project. So it doesn't necessarily need to be in place in order for the site to be developed, but it would be helpful.
Okay. So I think that's all, the credits, let's talk about the housing credits. So I assume, if this entity, it's got to either be a taxable entity itself or it's selling those credits to someone. So it can't be a 501c3 itself because it can't use a credit. So there's got to be some process outside it where someone's buying the credits to make this all work.
Yeah. I can hardly wrap my mind around
All right,
this.
so we don't have to go any further. than
Here's,
this. That's-
here's a big, I can give you a quick overview because it's kind of interesting. This is the crudest way I can possibly summarize it. So the nonprofit developer puts a plan together to create, let's say 30 units. They get tax credits under the tax credit program, low income housing tax credit program per unit. They then package those tax credits up. They sell them to private investors.
Right.
Who then they use a sale proceeds from the sale of those tax credits to then bring those into a nonprofit agency that actually develops that's as close as I can get to.
Good, no, I think
explaining
your
it.
says totally good. So last comment, I know that when we had the joint meeting with the planning board and you were here, you were very passionate about affordable housing in Southbrook based on the example you just gave us too, as far as you couldn't afford to do today what you did 20 years ago. So the select board met last Tuesday to set our goals for fiscal year 24. And there is a real desire among all 5 members to really try to get something done this year. Mr. Hamilton has even stated that's one of the main reasons he ran for this. So we really are going to try to see if we can't actually get something done versus talking about it. So I thought you might want to know that.
That sounds fantastic.
All right.
Thank
I think that's a good segue to pass it over to the planning board. I think this has been a great discussion. It's well timed because, your charge is expiring here, right, of this committee. This is the final report of this committee. So this is a good discussion to think about. Instead of just having a committee which produces a report and then we don't do anything for 6 months about what's the next step and how we make this part of our overall plan to increase affordable housing. So I pass that.
And if I would just make one quick comment, I mean, we really are, Andrew and I were talking about this earlier. It's, all the planets are in alignment right now for affordable housing and housing in general. The governor, it's an existential need for the governor, the legislature, everyone in the state is focused on affordable housing right now. So that wasn't the case 10 years ago, and 10 years from now, it probably won't. There's a real window right now for, to seize upon this and to have access to government funds to make these types of things happen. So it's good that we're, that the select boards, looking to do something concrete.
Mr. Stein.
Tom, thanks a lot. Great job on your presentation tonight. And I want to echo the apology to Southborough Open Land Foundation for the inclusion of parcel 2C. Really apologize for that oversight. It has no business being in the report at all. It's not town owned and it's not up for discussion. One thing that the committee did not have that I think we need to be mindful of as select board and planning board is input from the Southborough Housing Authority. The timing was unfortunate that we lost our director locally of the Southborough Housing Authority. And I think that input would have been valuable for a number of things, not the least of which was pertaining to Marguerite's question about right of first refusal for current residents, which I think is an excellent point. So as things, I know the Southborough Housing Authority is in transition, so let's just remain mindful of getting their input as we progress on possible options there. In terms of Ms. Cook's question about the feasibility study and the other next steps that Mr. Bizicle suggested, being somehow, dependent on or not necessarily congruent with MBTA communities, or for that matter, any other zoning, I see it as completely something that, we're going to be doing concurrently. Zoning is always going to be changing and evolving. And I think the feasibility steps that Tom was talking about are not necessarily dependent on zoning. And I think they need to take a lot of factors into account. And certainly, there's a lot in this report about zoning, about the current zoning. This site is well within the let me put it this way, it's highly likely, at least in my opinion, that this site will be part of a zoning impact by MBTA communities. So that's going to open up a lot of by right opportunities that are not currently in our zoning for this area. That's it. Thanks.
Ms. Houlihan.
Tom, thanks for coming and thanks for the simplistic overview of the report. It was very good. All the effort going into it. My comments are, I do think we need affordable housing. I think it's much more enticing to have 30 affordable like just as an example, the 30 units versus 25% of 30 with a 40B. I'd be inclined to think about, although MBTA is a while away and we're not sure when, we hope it'll go up to town meeting. Is there an opportunity to get in some other overlay type of a district just for the specific area for a by right to start to move that a little faster? It's just something to think about, but I think I'd rather embrace that sooner and see if that's something we can move along quickly. Probably not before special town meeting, but if that's something we could pursue, that might be able to open up the doors, because I think having the zoning a little bit more by right would open up many more opportunities once we get steps 1 through 3 in parallel. Thank you.
Mr. Maria.
Thank you for the report. It's a tremendous amount of work and really, really helpful. I wanted to ask about adaptive reuse. I'm a bit torn because I'm a real fan of MBTA communities. I've driven around just in Watertown the other day and other places, and I'm seeing all these opportunities for people to live near the train. And wouldn't it be great to just hop on the train and go to Boston without all the fuss that we have living way out here in Southborough. But on the other hand, I just wonder, what is the value of that building? I mean, do you have an opinion on whether or not this might be one of the buildings that, should be adaptive reuse or sort of preserved? And I know there's only 6 or 8 units that you could get if you're trying to repurpose the building into apartments. And just if you can just expand on a little bit more and give me your thinking about that.
Yeah, and again, I'm just going to emphasize again that I'm not an expert on these things, but again, from the information we've gathered from people who are more conversant with these, so one possibility definitely is to preserve the building and adapt it to housing. And again, without knowing the granular details, there are funding sources for rehabilitation of historical buildings and reuse of historical buildings. So from a funding standpoint, that helps the feasibility and offsets some of the headaches that developers tell us are involved in taking an old building and trying to convert it. And there's asbestos in the building and old, electrical circuitry and, all sorts of problems that can be offset by some of the public funding sources. And then it's a public policy decision as to whether to keep the historical building or not. There's a historical bylaw as well that comes into play. But again, with 3 acres, there's certainly enough room to keep the school building there adapted to let's call it 6 to 8 units of housing, and also do other development of other buildings on the property and still reach that 30 limit. The one point that we made in the report about the adaptive reuse bylaw is that it's restrictive because it allows you to turn historical buildings into housing, but it doesn't allow you to do anything else on the property. Nothing else could be built on the property. So that was one of the limiting factors of availing of that bylaw in this case.
I was actually asking Karina about that today, just to brush up a little bit for this. And we can increase the footprint of historical building up to 15, that's 15%. So it is
There are
limited.
qualifications of that too. That's only if it's required to comply with in order, if you have to put ramps in and to comply with the ADA or to comply with other laws. It's not just, hey, you can just add 15% onto the building because you want to and because you can get more units. So there is even that 15% expansion is restricted.
Yes. Thank you very much, Tom, and the rest of the committee, Jesse, Joe, and Alex. The report was very comprehensive, and I can appreciate all the work that went into it, and I thank you very much.
Thanks, Mimi.
I'd like to make a plug to preserve that building. It's on the National Historic Register. You can't replace historic buildings. You know, it's like once they come down, they're gone. And for anyone who hasn't watched the meeting that the president from the Mass Builders Association and the architect was at, should watch it, because
Our meeting?
yes.
Oh, you watched it? Oh,
Of
good.
course
Glad.
I
It was a
did.
great- Yeah, they were terrific.
They were terrific, and they were very enthusiastic about
Yeah.
preserving that building. They said it was a gorgeous building. It could make gorgeous condos. And the architect said, if you could put it out to bid, please contact me, because
Yeah.
I'd love to work on it. So his name's in the report. So if we could do the both and make it work. And I wonder if we could reach out to Hudson and to Acton and see how they, like what steps they took and what hurdles they had to jump over that to hopefully make the path
Yeah,
easier. for
definitely.
us.
I had a pretty long conversation with Metro West, who did that project in Hudson, and they walked me through the whole process and what was involved in the different, I keep saying lattice work of funding mechanisms.
Yeah.
So they're all very helpful. They're definitely smart people out there that can help, people who are trying to navigate this through the process.
And I think CPC is having CHAPA come to do a presentation on affordable housing in town. So that would be worth seeing too. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I think that concludes our discussion. Are there any other comments?
Can I adjourn? The planning board has adjourned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So the next item on the agenda that we're going to move to is Leah Emerson, who has been very patiently waiting here. Oh, okay. Vanessa just brought her over. And Vanessa, why don't you come forward and kind of set the stage for this? And, oh, good, I see Rob is here as well.
Yes.
So does everyone know who Rob Anderson is, the chair of our Economic Development Committee?
Okay, so thank you very much. So after quite some time, we do have a recommendation for you tonight for the town's next economic development coordinator. Mr. Anderson, of course, is the current chair, and he is here as well. So I'm thankful to him for also being here tonight. In summary, you have a memo from myself in your packet that sets forth, the wonderful skill set that Ms. Emerson would bring us. She has worked in the code enforcement field in other parts of the country. She has a wonderful skill set in graphic design and business development and many other areas that would be really helpful to the EDC immediately. I just wanted to note that the interview panel included myself and the town's conservation agent, Melissa Danza, as well as Karen Anglem from the EDC in the first round. And in the second round with Mr. Purple, he was joined by Rob, of course, and our finance director, Brian Ballantyne, to round out the panel to make sure we were doing a thorough interview and making that we were all in agreement that Ms. Emerson would be a wonderful contribution.
Thank you. Rob, would you like to add a few words?
Yeah, thank you. I have been listening for a bit, and I think the shorter I can be, I think the more people would appreciate it. But I think one of the things that we realized through our interview process, that telling the story, telling the economic development story and the coordination between the select board, planning board, those of us on the EDC, residents, was something that we could always improve upon. And Leah's expertise in being able to tell that story and market the story to as many people as possible would be a benefit to the community. I think oftentimes it's the story that needs to be told best. And given Leah's expertise, we felt pretty strongly that she would be a good candidate. So that's the feeling from the Economic Development Committees and myself as chair. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. So next, I think it'd be appropriate if we had Ms. Emerson just introduce herself and speak a little bit. But first, I want to say thank you very much for your patience. And I don't know when you zoomed in, if you've already heard a tree hearing, the drama associated with that, a scholarship committee, affordable housing discussion. So you get a sense of some of the many issues that we're dealing with. And, you know, one of the ones we're also focused on is economic development. So with that, I'll pass it over to you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate being here. And yes, I have been on nearly since the beginning. So it was very enlightening. Some good insights into some of the nuts and bolts and the things that the town has on their plate at this time. I'm really interested to see this report that was just presented to you. The only thing I would say is look into missing middle housing. This is a concept that I had to familiarize myself with in the city of Malden, you know, facing very similar situation. You know, they're a gateway community, but again, very few places that you can develop housing, low inventory, high demand. And I'm originally from California, so I am completely sympathetic to, you know, the priority that this is being given now. I feel like I brought this with me somehow from west to east, so I apologize. Is there do you have any questions about my background or anything that would be helpful to you in making your decision this evening?
No, I think I'm all set, but you know, I look forward to you joining us. I'm very excited about you joining the team. You know, we have not had someone in this position for quite some time now, and you have kind of big shoes to fill. Marika Munseth was doing a great job. In particular, one of the things that we kind of stopped when she departed was organizing just on a regular basis, some meetings between a couple members of the select board, a couple members of the planning board, EDC, and local businesses, but you're really just kind of listening sessions, all right? And reaching out, making sure we're interested in what you have to say. How can we help you? What are we doing better? What can we do better? What needs improvement? Things like that.
Right, facilitation, coordination, and then as Rob has stated, really working on crafting a story that's accessible just to get the word out and to promote economic development for Southborough.
So since I had been going this way, I guess I'll now go this way. So, Ms. Cook.
So, and it's, just to be clear, I think it's Leah, right? Not Lee, it's Leah. Two
Leah.
syllables. So, thank you for hanging in there for so long tonight. There's a lot on this agenda tonight. So, we are very excited that this position is filled, or about to be filled. So, I don't have any questions. It looks like you have got a very relevant background to helping us. And it looks like you already appreciate some of the issues that the town is facing that you will be working on. So I am very supportive of appointing you tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Leah, and thank you for your interest in this position. I've followed the EDC discussions of filling this position, so I've sort of been through the drill of your background, and so I think you're a good fit, and I have great confidence that you'll be very successful, so I support the appointment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no questions. I support the appointment and welcome aboard.
Thanks.
Al Hamilton, welcome to Southborough, and I look forward to working with you.
Thank you. You as well.
I move that we appoint Leah Emerson to the position of EDC coordinator.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, 5-0, unanimous. thank you so much, and I look forward to meeting you in person. Once you are settled in.
Great. Looks like I'll be starting on July 5th, just after the holiday.
Excellent.
So I'll look forward to meeting you as I can coming up here in July.
Outstanding. Now enjoy the rest of your evening, and you really deserve some credit for watching the first 3 hours of our meeting.
Not at all, not at all. It was
Yeah,
very
and you know, we're probably going to
informative.
be here for another at least.
You all are doing a great job. I hope you can wrap it up
Yep.
fairly soon.
Today.
All right.
Good night, all. Good
Okay,
night.
thanks.
Thank you.
All right. So as we hit the 9 o'clock mark, we can start to go into the consent agenda, or we could take a little 5-minute recess and then take up the consent agenda and the other matters. I know that see a lot of people, which are probably here for the discussion of the flag policy. What is your preference?
We knock off the consent.
Okay.
There's a lot of
That's fine. And then do a 5-minute
Yeah.
break.
So why don't we just go through what holds people have on the consent agenda?
I have no holds.
Do you want to, okay, because you already gave a little preview of the donations before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have any holds either.
I want to hold B.
Okay.
No holds.
I move that the select board approve consent agenda items A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, and K.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. So Mr. Stivers,
I held B, the appointments.
yes,
And based on our recent conversations and an idea floated a couple of months ago now by our former colleague, Ms. Braccio, that we look at rethinking the structure of the SHOP-C committee and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund committee. And following the example of Westboro and some other places, of thinking about staffing those committees or maybe folding them into one committee based on function more in terms of having the right skill sets to support affordable housing. And our conversation this evening, I think, reinforces the importance of that. So rather than simply reappointing, I guess I would rather have a conversation about what we ought to be appointing there and holding off on appointments until we have that conversation. So that's my theory. I think Lisa had a great idea, and I certainly support the concept of exploring
All
it
right.
further.
well, I think we can, as they say, walk and chew gum at the same time, that so that's why on the agenda, one of the new appointees is Mr. Hamilton.
Right. Yep.
And the other is John Wood, who's already on the committee, but then could you actually, he's on there twice. That's something you probably can't vote twice. Do you have a suggestion about how we, I mean, it looks like Mr. Wood has an appointment as a at-large member on SHOP-C through 6/30/24, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then you need to have a housing authority rep, and it can't be the same person.
Can't be the same person.
Can't do
so that
both,
It
yeah.
would need to, right,
Okay, so
that would still be vacant.
that really just leaves Mr. Hamilton is the only new person to appoint. I support appointing him.
To
Shops.
SHOP-C.
Yeah, I guess I don't object to that, but what I'd like to do is rethink the Affordable Housing Trust Fund at least and not do those automatic reappointments. I think we would.
That's
Well, I-
mostly ourselves, right?
Yeah, mostly ourselves, but ourselves plus two.
But then if we don't reappoint ourselves, then an opportunity comes and we can't do
Right.
anything.
So I agree with Andrew, and I agree with you too. We've agreed we're going to look at restructuring SHOP-C and the Affordable House Trust Fund. And probably into one entity, but I don't think we want to get rid of either of these until that's done. And it's not on the agenda tonight to really discuss, and it's going to take some time to do it. So I'd say we appoint tonight and then we put this on a future agenda pretty quickly to talk about what we think we should do.
Yes.
Okay. I will withdraw my hold on that and we can vote.
Any other discussion? I move that the select board. Sure.
Just that, I don't know.
Microphone.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just a clarification.
Oh, you gotta,
Committee reappointments, sorry, Kevin Miller, 18 Lattisquam, I'm just speaking as Chair of the Historical Commission. On the committee reappointments, there's just an inaccuracy on the Historical Commission. Kate Battles resigned her seat at the end of March. So we actually have 2 vacancies at this point, and not the one. So just to correct the record. Thank you.
okay, did I make a motion and then there, so I'll revise that. I move that we approve the FY 24 board and committee appointments as reflected in our packet, except recognizing that Ms. Battles previously resigned her position, is not looking to be appointed, and also to remove the appointment of John Wood as the Housing Authority Representative to Shopsy.
Second.
All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion carries. So I think we have now at 9:03, and we are through everything except the next matter will be the flag policy. So I suggest we take a 5-minute recess. Okay, so. All right, we are back after our brief recess, and the next item on the agenda is discussion of flag policy for town property. So first, I'd like to just kind of frame the issue and address why are we addressing this issue now? And I know in the view of some, this comes less than a year after the fall town meeting vote in October 2022. Why are we addressing it now? So since October 22, in response to the Shurtleff decision, which is the US Supreme Court case about First Amendment and municipal flags or flying of flags on municipal property, there's been a great deal of discussion about flag policies and the benefits of municipalities formally adopting flag policies to clarify the nature of the government speech that is intended through the policies they have about what type of flags can and can't be flown on municipal property. And you've seen there's a front page Boston Globe article about this recently. There was an article in the Metro West Daily News about Framingham. I know that Hudson has also been working on a policy that our Southborough's Veterans Agent, Brian Stearns, who's with us here tonight. Also, thank you for your patience for coming several hours ago, who contributed to that Hudson policy, which I understand hasn't been adopted yet, but which is in process. And so after this new board convened after the election, we began this process on May 23rd by adopting an interim flag policy. And that was significant. It came right before Memorial Day. And I think a significant thing on our minds then was preserving the status quo, where we were considering this right before Memorial Day. And there was a recommendation as part of that, the motion that Mr. Hamilton made, that we convene a committee to specifically consider flag policies with respect to the old burial ground. We met again on June 6th, and then we did shift courses somewhat away from the committee approach towards the select board, directly debating and deciding the issue potentially as soon as tonight. And I think that reflected that we have had some mixed successes and failures with committees, which often can be pretty unwieldy and a lengthy process. I know I've been part of some of them myself. So in anticipation of tonight's meeting, I prepared a draft flag policy that's included in the packet that was, I think it was posted on Thursday. And I prepared it. I had Mr. Tallerman, our town council, look at it and get some suggestions for him and tweaked it. The version that's in the packet reflects his suggestions, and the policy, the draft policy that's included is really just intended to start a discussion, have this board consider it. The intent is to move just beyond just concepts and ideas into an actual document. Before the meeting, I circulated it to other people who I know would be interested in this topic and gotten some initial feedback from interested parties. So the thoughts in my mind as I was preparing this are, one, I looked at some of the examples that Mr. Farrington had directed us to from, I think, Dedham and Plymouth. Yep. And I also looked at the policies from Hudson and Westboro, and I really just amalgamated them into a way that I thought made sense for Southborough. The policy most really reflects the Hudson policy that I know Mr. Stearns had worked on. And for the most part, you see it takes kind of a one flag approach in that, you know, we fly the US flag, the Massachusetts flag, the POW MIA flag, but there's some Southborough specific provisions in here. It keeps the Betsy Ross flag at the top flagpole by the memorial to the Revolutionary War veterans in the old burial ground, maintains the flags at the All Wars Memorial. And then a part which addresses the controversial part of this is my idea was to have a policy of Revolutionary War flags as approved by the select board displayed immediately surrounding the memorial to Revolutionary War veterans in the old burial ground, displayed during the week of Patriots Day. And the thinking behind that is that one, I think that, my understanding, the flags were first put up around 2002. So they've been there for around 20 years. I think that the memorial to the Revolutionary War veterans that's there also dates from around that same time. I think part of the original intent behind when these flags were put up back then was to celebrate, recognize Southborough's Revolutionary War veterans. I think one of the things that has happened over time is it's become kind of a semi-permanent display, and there was no one here has been able to pin down a prior time where the select board officially authorized this, other than the votes over the last couple of years, which have voted against efforts to remove them. So my thinking here was if there was a defined time period during which these flags flew, that it would be more consistent with, I think, what the original purpose and spirit behind flying them was. This is a attempt at a compromise. So I know that there's things about this that some people will like, some people will not like. I think the hallmark of a good compromise is, each side finds something that they don't like about it, but they can find there's a way they can live with it. I think there is value to the town in and of itself of a compromise, in a way that we come to a modus vivendi. And I also think that thinking ahead to town meeting, if we voted to adopt a draft policy that I had prepared, I think it'd be pretty easy to present and defend and explain to something which, it restricts the time when these flags could be flown, but it's not inconsistent with the vote that the Southborough town meeting took in the fall of 2022. So with that said, I think I will first turn it over to Mr. Hamilton.
Thank you. Two items, one of which I think is very small. We should, I think, remove all references to the flags at town meeting, since that implies we have some authority therein, and we have absolutely none over town meeting. And I think that was also the suggestion of the moderator. The second one, I'd like to see, in broad strokes, this is a compromise I can live with. I'd like to see the period run from Patriots Day to Memorial Day, and then plus or minus a week around Veterans Day. But in broad strokes, this is a compromise I could certainly support.
Okay, Marguerite.
This is a difficult issue, as we all know. And I guess my original thought was, if everyone in town said whether they wanted or didn't want, would the majority want or not want the Gadsden flag, which I think is the problem flag here, up? And I still don't know the answer to that question. And I don't even know if it's an issue whether the majority of the town should have their way, or whether the select board should just impose what we discern is the correct way to handle it. I guess it's a question of who is the town? Is it us speaking based on the fact we were elected, or is it the majority of the people in the town?
I can say that, just in preparing for this evening's meeting, I saw that the Massachusetts Municipal Association earlier this year had a program about flag policies, and my understanding is that in a lot of towns, as opposed to cities, that these are adopted by the select board. That's not to say that there couldn't be creation of a town bylaw about something, but in the absence of that, the select board has the authority to promulgate a policy like this, and the benefit to the town is making clear what government speech is in relation to flying flags, and that's entitled to doesn't subject the flying of the flags to the same scrutiny as private speech does under the First Amendment. So to your question of, I understand what you're saying. You know, the votes that there have been on this have been, there was a vote by the select board in, I want to say, May 2021. There was a vote of the select board in the lead up to the fall town meeting, which that was actually a recommendation to have the historical commission make a recommendation to the select board about what flag should fly in the old burial ground. That failed 3-2. Then there was a vote at the town meeting. So those are the 3 votes. But to your point, I'm not aware of any. I think what you're getting at is like a town referendum, and there was a town referendum. There are town referendums on things like adopting this CPA surcharge, right? Things like that, specific questions which are considered on a ballot as part of the municipal elections in March. But I'm not aware of any precedent for having something like this be on a referendum, and I think that would be very unwieldy. So I think that it's appropriate for us to take up the issue, and I agree with you. It is a difficult issue. It's one of those where, as Sam says, this is what we get paid the big bucks for, is to make difficult decisions like this.
Right. I guess my thought is, my philosophy has always been sort of live and let live. And this is a case where, and I think, Al, you were right. We can put some compromises in there. I guess that would be the 2 periods of you know, maybe some in Memorial Day and some in Veterans Day. But is that going to leave everybody unhappy with it? I don't know. I think I have to hear from, I know what I would do if I were the dictator of the town, but I'm wondering if that's the best way to proceed.
Well, then maybe, I don't know, we're just gonna get people's reactions, then I'm sure there's a lot of.
Who's
people
empowered
would
to
like to
make,
comment.
who's empowered to make this decision?
We are.
Marguerite, that's very clear. It is a select board. So that's an easy question to answer.
Mr. Stivers?
Thank you. Obviously, it's a controversial issue, and we've been talking about it as a select board for several years now, actually, one way or another. And clearly, people have strong feelings and sincerely held feelings, and I certainly respect that. And as you suggest, there's not an easy way to find the path through there that everybody is going to say, wow, that's a great decision. I try to stand back from it and try to figure out from the town standpoint as a whole. Clearly, views on these kinds of things have changed over time, and I think we've got to be sensitive to that. I also think that there is value in a simple, clear statement about this. And it seems to me that, you know, I appreciate, Andrew, your drafting this. I think that's moving in the right direction. I guess I'm not supportive of going that far in some of these areas. And what I would suggest is that you start with a list of what I think of as approved flags or whatever, for lack of a better term, which would be the US flag, Massachusetts flag, South Florida flag, POW, MIA flag, and then include the, as I think has been suggested previously, the police department, fire department, other town flags for town departments, and then flags of the 6 branches of the military service and the flag of the US Merchant Marine. Is to me sort of the core list that can fly everywhere on town property. And then I think you need flexibility to talk about other flags as may be determined by the select board as an appropriate expression of government speech, and reinforcing the Supreme Court decision language about this being an evidence of government speech, not private speech. So it seems to me that keeping much of the purpose statement that you had, but moving the flag list down into an approved list is a way to clarify the process. And then from a policy standpoint, the first point in your policy about consistent with various other federal and state regulations, I think is useful language to have in there. And then I would say, again, these are the approved flags, and including other flags as the select board may determine. And then you want to say that, as you've suggested here, privately held cemetery lots, and I'm okay including or excluding the moderator approval of town meeting flags. And then finally, I think it's useful to state that this policy is effective as of a particular date, and it supersedes, replaces all previous flag policies established by the town, to sort of make clear that one. So again, I wind up with a simple list and no exceptions for other like particular times or whatever, again, unless as approved by the select board under special circumstances. And I think that relative to a comment you made earlier about the committee, I think there is a role for the committee that we've talked about to deal with honoring the Revolutionary War dead in the old burial ground in some way. That to me is a separate activity that I believe we should certainly pursue here. But to me, there's sort of a fundamental basic flag policy that ought to be simple, clear, and give some flexibility to modify as appropriate. So I would suggest that. I actually drafted a version of that I gave to Vanessa to show if we want to talk about it. If we don't want to talk about it, that's okay too, but that's my proposal.
Okay, so Bruce Cook.
So, Andrew, I thank you too for giving us something to work with tonight. And I like a lot of it, but I'm just going to cut to the chase because the issue is whether the select board's policy is going to allow the flying of flags that have been flown for 20 years in the old burial ground or not. I mean, that's where we are. And proposing a policy that allows it to be flown from Patriots Day is the third Monday in April to Memorial Day, which is the fourth Monday in May. That's a pretty big chunk of time. I understand the importance of that time. But I don't think that's really changing anything by doing that. The flags are still being flown. The thing that basically informs me more than anything is the fact that the U.S. military today in its bases only flies the U.S. flag, not the Betsy Ross flag, but the current U.S. flag with 13 stripes and 50 stars. The big cemeteries that we know about, Gettysburg, Arlington, the one in Bourne, all do the same thing. All the towns around us are adopting a policy that is basically flying the American flag and not these other flags that I'm sure have their place in history. I don't know what that place is. I don't recognize these flags. I'm sorry to say, maybe I should. But when I met with Mr. Wynot and Mr. Kalinda a while back before the town meeting, I've never seen those flags before. So if you'd said, give me a test, tell me what those were, I wouldn't be able to tell you what those flags were. We have agreed that we need to spend a lot of time on the old burial ground, including recognizing the veterans that are buried there. That's going to get done, right? So that's not an issue anymore. I just don't see why flying those flags that are there today is not an issue as far as what we believe the world is today. And I don't want to use the word woke because I don't really understand that word. But clearly, we are in a really big minority as far as adopting the policy you're proposing, as far as these flags go. So I'm just, and I've tried really hard to get there. I have thought about this a lot since Select Board brought it up last September. I've talked to people in lots of walks of life that I think are well-informed, and I can't find a lot of people who support keeping the flags that are there today, besides possibly some of the veterans. And I want to say again, this is not a veterans issue. Every one of the board supports veterans as much as we possibly can. We will continue to honor our veterans like we should. I just don't think these flags should be there for that purpose. This is a cemetery that's not a veteran cemetery. It's a cemetery for lots of different people from lots of walks up, no different than our rural cemetery. So I just don't see why it's treated any different. Second point, anyway, this is more of a minor point. I don't know why the Betsy Ross flag is the right American flag to fly there. Why wouldn't we put the flag that's got the current flag? It's got all states and represented there. So I'm sure that the Betsy Ross flag is a very historical flag. I understand who did it and understand why it's historical, but I just don't think that's the right flag to sit in that pole either. I think it should be the American flag with 50 stars and 13 stripes. And it sounds like I'm in the minority here, but I just feel really strongly about this. And I've tried really hard to make sure I have put myself into everybody's shoes I possibly could, but I just can't get there as far as keeping the flags that are there today the way they are, even for a day.
Okay, I think maybe at this point, we should open up to public comment.
Kevin Miller, 18 Lattisquama Road. And I'm making my comments as a private citizen, not as chair of the Historical Commission. I want to say that I really appreciate, Andrew, you bringing forward the policy so that we can discuss it and that the whole select board can consider it. I think it's a really important step forward, and I'm really, really appreciative of everybody here for taking the time to think about this. My personal view largely, I think entirely aligns with the views of Mr. Stivers and Ms. Cook. And when I look at paragraph 2 of this proposal, this is where you have the flying or presentation of flags other than the ones stated above, and so on and so forth. And then you get down to the subparagraph or the A, B, C, D, and E. Just a suggestion and a point of clarification. I'm personally fine with that you would propose flying the flags of the Southborough Police Department, Southborough Fire Department, and any other flag emblematic of a town department. B, service flags at the All Wars Memorial. I would recommend that you specify them so that there's absolutely no confusion. That would be Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, Space Force, United States Merchant Marine, and the Coast Guard. Those 7 and only those 7. So there's no possibility of confusion. Personally, I would, as with Ms. Cook and Mr. Stivers, I would strongly recommend that you strike the Betsy Ross flag. And part of the reason, Andrew, is that I believe it was 1794 when the 14th and 15th stars were added to the US flag with the admission of, I believe that was Vermont and Kentucky as the 14th and 15th states. So since 1794, the Betsy Ross flag has been not the flag of this country. I mean, it's a beautiful historic flag and I enjoy seeing it, and especially in the little flags on the graves. But I think has been stated by Ms. Cook that the appropriate flag to fly on the single flagpole that we have is the US flag with, all the stars and all the states represented. So I would strike C. D, military flags on Memorial Day, Veterans Day, Purple Heart Day. I don't know what those military flags would be other than the branch flags. So I'm not sure that D is particularly helpful, again, unless you specify specifically what you're talking about. And then E, the question of the revolutionary flags as approved by the select board. That makes it very problematic, of course, because every time the select board changes, the opinions on the flags may change. So I feel like E is, in a way, courts controversy further down the road. I respect the right of, let's say, the VSOs to carry those flags as they choose in a parade, to display them at their own outposts or on private property. But I think, we have, again, one flagpole and one flag. And I think the most respectful approach to the veterans and to everybody in town is to fly the one flag that we're all united under. So thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else like to come forward and speak?
Good evening, everyone. Dan Kalenda, 7 Blended Woods Drive, a commander of the Southborough American Legion. So I've seen the draft of the policy. I think it is, and I think on behalf of the veterans, I think can be a good compromise. As you know, this is all really about one particular flag, and we had a good discussion at the old burial ground a while back about all the flags. And then Mr. Wynot and I presented at town meeting discussing all of those flags and the historical nature of those flags. And those flags have roots to our American Revolution. In fact, the Gadsden flag, which is the one that became the controversy, was also the Hopkins flag, which was from the first commander of the Navy. And he was from Rhode Island. That snake, that coiled snake of the "Don't Tread on Me" was really that, a rallying cry for many during the Revolution, about what was happening with England. That flag is actually flown for 250 years without controversy until it was seen in very minimal ways, but it was seen in Charlottesville. It was seen at a number of them, but a small number of them were also seen at the riots on January 6th. But if you take a look at the pictures that were actually taken of January 6th in particular, hundreds of flags were flown there. Flags from different countries, different states, different battle flags. To me, a handful of, I will call idiots who I don't agree with in any way, taking a historic flag and marching with it for whatever their cause was, a cause that I don't agree with, does not suddenly switch the historical nature of that flag from 250 years of "Don't tread on me" for good reasons against the British to now what? It's suddenly 250 years is gone in a handful of years. So to me, we don't lose our history that quickly. I think it takes a little bit more time than that. So that was, I think, one of the reasons why town meeting, and Marguerite, to your point, yes, you do have that authority. Town meeting also has authority, and it's ultimately the residents that decide what should or should not happen within the town of Southborough. And so the residents spoke loudly at that town meeting and defeated the citizens petition by upwards of 70 to 30%. So to me, that was resounding. That was the community speaking at town meeting. That's the community's voice saying those Revolutionary War flags should stay where they are and where they have been for a long time. So from the veteran community, I think one of the ways to come to that compromise that at least a couple of you were looking for, that Marguerite, you may have some willingness to get to, is okay, then I actually have appreciation, and I know many do, for those who see that one particular flag as offensive. All right, and as John Wilson said one time, nobody has a right not to be offended. All right, so we're never going to get where everyone is in agreement, but maybe there's a way to leave here tonight or in a subsequent meeting when this policy is finally enacted and where nobody is really happy, but that's okay. I think from my perspective, if you came up with a policy similar to what you're talking about, Mr. Dennington, that reduces the time where the Revolutionary War flags are flown, the current slate of those flags is flown, is a compromise that I know Mr. Wynot, who I trust will speak soon, would not want to do and hasn't had to do for 20 some years. And, but we would do, and we would leave here and say, okay, this is not perfect for us, but it's something that we would say, well done. That's fine. Nobody's perfectly happy, but nobody's perfectly mad either. And we can put the matter to bed so that it doesn't have to keep coming up at the next town meeting and the next town meeting. If we want to do that, you could do that, and you could just let this go and say, let's go see if another 30% happen at town meeting. And you could do that. I'm fairly confident with that level of vote. It wasn't 55-45, it was 70-30, that would happen again. But to stave that off, and a way to do it is to come to a compromise similar to what, you folks were started to talk about tonight. I think that could work.
But Dan, even if there were another citizens petition at town meeting like the last one, and let's say select board adopts this policy, right? It's still an advisory thing. It's not, this is select board's job to do this. So even if there were another vote, it wouldn't necessarily change that. So that's just a point. Second, I just want to clarify point E here, the one that I think is the controversial one. When you say Revolutionary War flags and you've capitalized Revolutionary War, does everybody understand what that means? Are the flags that are up there now considered what are Revolutionary War flags, or are there more than that? Is there a bunch you could pick from?
There's more for sure, but
So which ones are we going to pick? I mean, you're saying we're going to do this, so I don't have any expertise in doing this. So you still haven't really decided what
correct.
flags when you do this, right?
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. This is hard. And I appreciate what you're saying and how calmly you're saying it. You've said in this chair a long time, you understand these things are hard. I just tried to find the greatest common denominator, which to me is the American flag, which no one disputes should be hanging there, should be flying there, right? So no one should have a problem with that. So that's where I just came. Well, if we know that that is one that everybody would support, why not just do that? And we know that everybody likes that flag, and then we just do other things to honor veterans like we should, besides those flags. So I'm trying to get to a place where I wish you were happy. I'm not sure I can get there though, but I'm trying really hard. I really did enjoy the day. I was up there with you, but I'd never seen any of those flags before. I hadn't even seen the Gadsden flag. I didn't know what that was till you explained it. So I've tried really hard. I know you're probably really unhappy with me right now, but
it's all right. That's
I'm
how
trying-
democracy works.
I'm trying really hard. Okay.
Mr. Hamilton.
Marguerite, you were at your hand up first.
Oh, okay. I had, well, let me see if I can get my head on straight now. I think the sticking point flag is the Gadsden flag. Is it possible to use another, those are battle flags basically too, right? Is it possible to use another one that hasn't been co-opted by?
So it surely is. In fact, then that's your prerogative. You could choose any slate of flags. I think from my perspective and from Mr. Wynot, I know who will speak, taking that flag, that particular flag out is basically ceding history to those we don't agree with. I would never want to do that. I don't agree with those who carried it for those purposes, and to say, that's all right, you can have that one. You just.
But here's the issue. Are we putting the flags there because we think it's what the people who are buried there believed? Or because it's what we believe?
Nobody knows, right? But it's what the town has done for decades now. And it's been that current slate of historical battle flags that all have their roots directly to the Revolutionary War, which is why that one is there as well.
There's also the fact that our Revolutionary War is part of our origin myth as a country. It wasn't always a tremendously pretty thing.
No, it never is.
It's made into this romantic thing about, oh, the heroes, the Green Mountain, but they could have been a bunch of thugs as far as we know. And I'm sure some of them were. So here we are saying we've got this sort of romanticized idea of the American Revolution. It was so lovely. Well, I was ancestrally, I was on the other side. It didn't go too well, right? So I'm not crazy about this flag, but that's personal, right? So I think we have to look beyond it. Is this for the people who are buried there, or is this for us and our romanticized idea of them?
And it could be both. I think Mr. Hamilton had it.
Yeah, I want to challenge the idea that a town meeting bylaw wouldn't trump what we do. I had a long conversation with the moderator who pointed out that our town code is riddled with picayune little things like this that, you know, regulate parades and the likes. And so I believe that if town meeting voted in the affirmative with respect to this, then it's a bylaw and we are sworn to uphold the bylaws. I don't, realistically, I would really not like to try and stick a thumb in the eye of town meeting. We've got a lot of big asks we're going to make of them, and we've not had a terribly a great record over the last couple of years. I want to clarify two things about what I'm now going to call the Hopkins flag. First, there is a commonly held misconception that it was prevalent at both the January 6th events and at Charlottesville, and neither is in fact the case. I went through those images. I was able to clearly discern only 3 Hopkins flags. There were a couple of others that might have been there, but unfortunately the background color is the same background color as yellow safety vests. They're all, I mean, by far the most common flags that were there were the Trump flags and the American flag. And so we're not clearly ceding the American flag to a bunch of traitors, and I'm going to use that word without hesitation. And the same thing is true of Charlottesville. I only was able to see one instance of that flag. There was plenty of Nazi iconography there, including, you know, the torchlit parades. But I only saw one instance of the Hopkins flag. The Hopkins flag originated with the first contingent of Marines that were recruited in Philadelphia. That image was found on the side of a drum. Mr. Gadsden saw it and liked it and paid somebody else to make the flag. And then, so, you know, it wasn't his idea, he stole it. And now, you know, that's just the way life is. But, you know, he stole it and he gave it to Commodore Hopkins, who flew it as his standard on the first first squadron of the Continental Navy. And, you know, it has been used by grumpy old farts like me, who have libertarian leanings, but you know, we should actually appreciate the fact that our veterans are trying to reclaim this image, take it away from the traitors and say, this is part of our history. In my family, you know, I was talking to them about this flag, and so we had to have a long conversation at the dinner table with my children, my grandchildren, about, you know, slavery and the American Revolution and how it wasn't all pretty. You know, we tried to tell the truth about our myths. And so I want to frankly applaud them for trying to reclaim, you know, this little corner of American history. I can live with a compromise. You know, I agree with Mr. Kalenda. You know, a compromise that leaves everybody a little bit unhappy is probably the best that you're going to get in a situation like this.
I agree.
Can I say one thing to Al?
and-
Al, I would never question your knowledge of town government, et cetera. You know far more than I do. But the article that failed at town meeting was sponsored by Ms. DeMaria, and it said basically voting to request that the select board adopt a policy, a one flag policy. So, and then, you know, before town meeting, town council goes through all the articles and they tell us which ones are advisory only. And that clearly was an advisory one. So maybe you can make a bylaw somehow, but that wasn't a bylaw. Okay, so that's why.
I agree with you. That was one, but if Mr. Kalenda were to bring one that was framed as a bylaw, you know, this seems to me to be a fight we should avoid.
Right. And I don't want to do that. We don't want to, I think there's an opportunity for a compromise. And I think if we listen to the vast majority of town meeting members, I think they would, I bet you they would support one too.
Okay, thanks, because I was
Thank
just going to open it up to some other comments.
Hi, Mimi Luttrell. I'm speaking as a private citizen and not as a member of the planning board. So This old burial ground is not a military cemetery. And what I can't wrap my head around is the Gadsden flag is a anti-government flag. It was flown against the government at the time, which was the English government, and it's been co-opted and flown against the government since then. So I can't understand how the town in their municipal speech would fly an anti-government flag. Thanks.
Good evening. Brian Stearns, Veteran Service Officer for the towns of Southborough, excuse me, Hudson, Berlin, and Bolton. I think you made a great point, Ms. Cook. Education. You had no idea what the flag stood for. You had no idea where it came from. You had no idea about anything. And I think a lot of people feel the same way. They see it, they get an impression of what they see, they make a determination of what they've seen, and then they make a decision. That being said, this flag particularly was a flag of hope. It wasn't a flag of hate. It was a flag of hope, and it continues to be a flag of hope. And I do support my veterans, and I support them keeping their flags. I'm a one flag person, but I do agree with the education portion that needs to be done. Before any policy is to be implemented, I think it needs to be really thought out completely. Mr. Dennington, you did a great job on that. I think that the compromise theory is something that we all could live with. The veterans certainly could live with it. I'm not sure if certain people in town could. Having it flown certain times to represent not a celebration. It's not there for celebration. It's there for honor. And they're honoring those in that cemetery that have died during that war period. They can honor them with a flag, the American flag. They can honor them with the revolutionary flags of the time. They can honor them with a plaque. They can honor them a lot of different ways, like you said. But with the historical nature of this town, do you want it to be esoteric like every other town, or do you want your town to be unique? Do you want to say, hey, you know what? We appreciate what our veterans have done, not just today, not just yesterday, but all the way back from the beginning. And that kind of puts it into that perspective. Now, I had a whole paper that I wanted to read, so I'm just going to read a portion of that, if you could bear with me. Veterans, include myself, have a term. It's called Lest We Forget. Now, Lest We Forget is a term to remember all the service and sacrifice of the people who have served in the wars, the conflicts, and even peacekeeping operations. When we as a society are not visually reminded by symbols such as these flags, we will slowly slide into the forgotten abyss, and relevance and importance is lost to our future generations. Some of the kids that were in here tonight, they won't know what the sacrifices were. They won't know what our military grabbed onto at that point in time that brought them over the edge to unfortunately defeat the British. And like you said, war is not pretty. I've been to war. These men back here have been to war, and we don't want a war. We don't want to go to war. It's not something that we thrive to do. It's something we train to do. I believe there is a solution to every problem, and that's through education. You had no idea what, those flags stood for. I hope you have a better understanding now, as well as everybody in this room. It's not a symbol of hate. It's not a racist flag. It's a symbol of hope, and that's what we've always seen as that flag. You take away something like that in the heart of this community, and it becomes very esoteric, very one-sided. Okay, we're going to be like Hudson. We're going to be like Boston. We're going to be like all the other towns because all the other towns are doing it. And that's fine. I don't disagree with that. But what I do disagree with, you're taking the heart out of the community, the heart of the people that actually fought to make this community what it is. You have an opportunity to maintain, adapt, or eliminate what's been unwritten understanding for decades. I would urge you to keep the vote of the flags in place as a symbol of your strength and resolve as leaders of this community. As Dan said, with that being said, we are open to compromise. It's a very difficult situation that you guys are in, you folks are in, you ladies, you gentlemen, everybody's in this, and there's two sides. But as a final note, Steve and Dan and many others, Mr. Robbins back there, they contribute to this community on a daily basis. Every single day, they're out here doing something for this community. And without them providing their military service expertise and passion for what they do, I fear that this town will be less served. Let us not divide the community by pushing the ways the ones that have built it through their passion, their patience, and their pride. And I'll be open to any questions you may have as a veteran service officer for your community.
I've got one.
Go ahead.
So I agree with what you just said, by the way, as far as what they do for this community, no doubt about that. So for Hudson, are you recommending a policy with these types of flags?
Those flags are not in place in Hudson.
Okay, so
If-
they're not there to begin with. So
Correct.
you'd be adding them if you had the policy. So your point is they're here already, don't eliminate them. But if they weren't here, you wouldn't necessarily be saying add them because you're not
Correct.
doing that in Hudson. Is
I
that
wouldn't
correct?
add something, but I wouldn't take away from the historical nature that has been developed over 20 years in this community and been taken care of by people that have been actually doing the work out there. And like Mr. Hamilton said, you know, it's actually we're trying to actually paint a different picture of what the flags are. Not the bad picture in Charlottesville and not the bad picture in DC, but a good picture of what the military actually believes that they stand for. We're not trying to offend anyone. We're not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. We're just saying that these gentlemen back here have done this for a number of years, and they've always done it with respect and honor. And they would no way ever, I don't believe ever, would they ever try to offend somebody by putting a flag up that was inappropriate. Now, inappropriate in one eyes, not inappropriate in others. But again, I think that the people that actually had a part in this from the very beginning also understand what the nature of these flags means to them. And as a military person, I thought back when I was at war and I saw a lot of guys carrying those flags in battle. And I looked at them and said, why are you carrying that one? It's like, don't tread on me. We're going after them. It was just one of them things that when you're so far away and you have somebody or some symbol to help you along a little bit, it gives you a little bit of hope. And that's what I'm trying to get across tonight, is the hope that it gave people. And in no way I'm here to offend anyone by these flags, but I think a compromise is a good start. I think it's something that we can all, you know, look at and say, you know, we've addressed it. We've worked on it. We've got policy. Now let's implement policy. May need to be clarified, but it's fluid. I think your policy is going to be fluid enough that you can keep it open for a little bit until you can actually make the right decisions, rather it be around a holiday or be for an extended period of time or less than that, whatever it may come to as your decision. And I appreciate your time. Any other questions?
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barrington?
Grant Barrington, 58 Flag Road. So I also want to reiterate, thank you, Chair Dennington, for both bringing up this issue tonight and also coming up with the draft policy. I also want to say that I completely agree with Ms. Cook and Mr. Stivers, and also appreciate the respectful way in which Mr. Kalenda and Mr. Stearns have spoken tonight. You know, this is an interesting issue, and it really reminds me of the issue of the both Confederate flag and the kind of Confederate statues, and that whole debate going on in the South. You know, it's been stated tonight that by removing the flags here, that we're removing our history or somehow diminishing that history by not flying them. But in fact, when we're flying a flag, we're really choosing to commemorate and honor what, you know, it's a statement of our values, just like a statue is a statement of our values. If you remove a Confederate statue or any statue really of any person, it doesn't mean that that person's significance or that person's contributions to history is somehow diminished. It's just that, you know, the municipal body is making a statement that maybe that's not the person that we want to represent us. You know, that is part of our history, but, you know, maybe we don't want that on display all the time. And I think, you know, that's really what happened, especially in the last few years in the removal of Confederate statues in the South and also the Confederate flag, was that, you know, many people view that as an expression of Southern heritage and, remnant of the Civil War and kind of that, you know, what some people viewed as a righteous fight. But, you know, it was really offensive to a lot of people, Black people and other minorities. And, you know, there kind of came a reckoning in which, you know, municipalities and state governments really came to the conclusion that what they're flying is really an expression of their current values, not necessarily the history of the object. So, you know, I think that these flags can belong in a museum. If we really want to learn the history, I think that they can be flown on private property. But I don't think that I hope that they're not the expression of our town government speech in 2023. So I would really support Ms. Cook's proposal to really just keep it to the American flags, state flag, military flags, and the old All Wars Memorial. Thank you.
Okay, are there?
Hello, I'm Chris Robbins, 39 Parkerville Road, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate the depth of trying to understand what this issue is all about and the homework people have done to present the case to the community. I do feel personally that this issue about the Gadsden flag was made controversial. It is a false hate narrative used to remove a flag that is being identified as a racist flag and a symbol of times gone by, like the Confederate statues. It's a complete fabrication of the history of that flag. I sent a memo in earlier. That flag has been used for different purposes by Black communities to preserve the heritage of their communities in Tennessee by a Black leader. Flags that are used in a riot don't symbolize how we feel about this country, but it's an important part of the values this whole country stands for, each of those flags and in its unique history. So I find it amazing how this town has been rattled, but what I think are lies about one flag. And it's upset a lot of people and not rightfully. So I think if we do anything, we also found out how many of us don't know what those flags are, and we don't know the full history. Well, every year, we just think on the 14th was Flag Day in this country. Why don't we get the schools to educate our community about the unique history of our flags and the unique contribution, not only our veterans, but our citizens who were buried in these grave sites that contributed to this town in such unique ways. So let's start emphasizing and educating ourselves, because we've been debating, and almost all of us, and I'm one of them, if you quizzed all of us on these flags, I don't think any of us would pass. So we've got to do our homework before we get rattled and run around to try to come up with a solution. We don't even really know what those flags are about. But we do know intuitively those of us who have placed them there, that they represent historical milestones in our community's history. And we should know more about this, and we should talk about them regularly. So let's push back those people who lie about this flag and misrepresent our unique heritage in this town. Second, I want to say, we keep comparing ourselves to the federal government and other towns. You know what? I live in Southborough. I don't want to live by any federal Arlington cemetery that paints everything white and gets a lawnmower cutting all the lawns, or take another community and compare what they do. We have a unique history in this town of leaders, people who are buried there. I think I said in my last comments, when the Faniffs redo that memorial, those flowers are dedicated by people's families who are buried in our cemeteries. So we have put a special hand on our grave sites in this town. We are devoted to the unique responsibilities that people have taken to honor those who have served, citizens who have made this town as great as it is. And to sit here and tell them, we're going to change everything is just beyond it has no common sense or sense of the value of how we've taken care, or how we have not recognized what a great job the people who take care of those our cemeteries. So let's sustain our heritage, not Hudson's heritage, not the federal government's way of doing things. And finally, the town vote. That was a 70-30 vote. This town has a bunch of smart people, and they voted hands up for sustaining the way we run things. And to just dismiss it as just, oh, we just got a flavor of how people feel is just off bounds. And it doesn't honor the heritage of this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Steve, why not 208 Coulterville Road, the Veterans Graves Officer for the time being? As you say, this whole thing started with one person contacting me and demanding that I take those flags, that one flag down.
I'm sorry. You can't just interrupt and yell at someone that's speaking. Please continue.
Well, she can object all she wants, but she was not the one that took the phone call from my neighbor down on Coulterville Road and demanded that the flag be taken down. And when I rejected that, it became, well, take all 6 flags down because they're sticking into bodies. And that was proved to be wrong. And then he demanded that the Betsy Ross flag be taken down because that wasn't relevant as well. No matter what I say here tonight, I think you folks have already determined. You've already made it clear. I appreciate Mr. Hamilton and Mr. Dennington's efforts for a compromise. And I was willing to, again, this wasn't the veterans that were putting these up. They assisted in putting them up, but I was putting them up to honor those veterans that are at the old burial ground. And I was following the tradition of the George Hubleys, the Angie Bertonazzis, people that some of these folks that are in this room today have no clue who they were. I was following that tradition. And I was helping them from the mid-'80s on when I got involved with the veterans. So we don't know exactly when they started. Nobody can tell us when they first started to be flown. But I know in 2002, the Faniffs dedicated that flagpole. That was part of the flagpole that was out front here. And there's a plaque there that honors, and it talks about the veterans honoring those veterans that are at the old burial ground. So that was what I continue to do up to this point, to put those flags in place to honor those that are in the cemetery. I keep hearing the smoke and mirrors about, well, there's women and children in the cemetery. Oh, there's women and children down at Rural Cemetery too. What does that have to do with the whole scope of us wanting to honor the veterans that were there? It's unfortunate that we've even got to this point. There was no need for us to get to this point because of something that happened down in DC. Now, all of a sudden, the world has to change. And there's a lot of intellect here, and I'm not even going to try to get to that point. I'm just a meat and potatoes type of guy. I know what I do. I know why I'm doing it, and I'm doing it for a cause. And it's going to be unfortunate that Southborough is going to lose this display. Yeah, there were no other towns around, and I know I've checked them out. I've had people tell me that they've gone to other towns around, they don't have them. So because we wanted to be unique and show these flags so that people would drive through town and say, oh, that's got to be the old cemetery over there, I see those. So now we're going to take that away because of a handful of people that don't like them. I'm saddened that this town has gotten to this point. And it's a shame. We were willing to compromise, and then obviously that compromise is we've already heard that that's not
Taking any votes or?
I know, but you sit in the back row and you can see where things are going. I'd be very surprised if you folks tonight vote on anything other than redoing the flag policy that you've tried to start, and then having those flags taken down. So.
I had a question for you.
Sure.
What was it?
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
If that one flag is controversial, could you substitute a different battle flag for it and feel it?
I don't see why we should have to. That flag was the initial start to all of this by that one person that contacted me and said, you need to take that down. It's racist and it's white supremacist. To do that is just to bow down and cower down.
Okay, so I hope it's not just a personal argument issue here.
Oh, part of this has become personal. How can it not be?
I think we're kind of trying to look at a flag policy, not people being angry with each other. I mean, I think we should be able to tease out the difference between a flag policy and people feeling angry at each other.
We were willing to compromise to a certain period of time so that they wouldn't be flying up there all the time if that was really a bother. But it amazed me that even some of you folks here don't even know that the flags were even there.
So
where was the problem years ago? How come nobody's ever come forward and saying, in the last 20, 25 years to say, hey, what are those flags up there for? Never heard that. All until just the one incident, and that's where it started.
So just one quick point about coming back to what I said before. Why are we discussing this now? I think basically, I think one lesson that we learned from that Supreme Court decision is the select board needs to take more control over deciding exactly what is there and why, because that puts us in the best position to make sure that we don't open up things to flying any manner of flag that's just requested by any. So that's why we have had the discussion right now. But I mean, Mr. Weiner, you're saying, talking about things in the past tense, I don't think we've taken any votes or anything like that. So I just wanted to offer a couple. Okay, we still have some other important matters on the agenda this evening, including transfer station sticker fees. Which I know we all kind of giggle about that, but I think that we're all kind of practical people. We're actually in ways more excited about talking about that than this, but I will just say this. I think that for my own personal feelings about this, so there's a 300-year history of the town that's coming up to celebrate. We think that the flying of this flags is roughly 20 years of the 300 years. And I think it's accurate that the only controversy about these flags emerged in the last 2 years. And I know that for me, I think the way that I have thought about this is different now in 2023 than it was in the immediate 4-month aftermath of January 6th, when passions were very inflamed. I think that the whole idea of the draft policy that I put together is, I do think in this case, you remove these flags, you do lose something in that there's just, you're not gonna, I have thought a lot about the meaning of that flag and how it relates to all the other flags at that particular place in the old burial ground a lot over the last 2 years. And I think that's a good thing to have happened. So don't think that this flag is comparable to the Confederate flag. I think that is a false analogy. And I think it is significant. Kind of one thing I strongly disagree with is the idea of removing the Betsy Ross flag from the original, the 13 stars and 13 stripes for exactly why. I don't really get it. That definitely is something where you will think less and reflect less on the meaning of the American Revolution in a community right on the eve of its 300th anniversary if you take out a flag like that. And I don't really understand exactly why.
Mr. Wynand. Rebecca Deansrow, 17 Harris Drive. I already made my views known to all of you with the message about preferring a one flag policy. So I'm not going to go into a lot of detail. I'm not talking about the Gadsden flag. I'm not talking about any of that. I do think the focus, I think this isn't as hard as people seem to think it is. It's not a hard issue if you think about it as it doesn't have to be honor the veterans or, maintain the old burial ground in a way that is appropriate for that historic site. It doesn't have to be an either or. I'm concerned about the historical integrity of the site, and I'm concerned, I'm not sure where the idea came from that there are no unmarked graves underneath them. There are hundreds of unmarked graves in that cemetery. And we know from the ground penetrating radar that some of them are in the vicinity of the flags. And I'd like that is my concern. I'd like the placement of whatever display for however long to be carefully considered, because would you install a flag on a grave that has a headstone there already, just right in the middle of it? Probably not, because it wouldn't be respectful and it wouldn't be appropriate. And I think that the unmarked graves deserve the same respect as the marked graves. We don't know exactly where, well, we do if we look at the map, but it's a cemetery. It's a place of rest for these people. They all deserve consideration. And in addition to that, as I said, sorry, Marguerite Landry, I'm a daughter of the American Revolution. I had several ancestors who fought in the American Revolution. So I am not opposed and not uninformed about the history. And it saddens me to see some of our symbols co-opted and used in an inappropriate way. But I think that there are many ways that we could look at honoring Revolutionary War veterans in this town. I can think of several. Hometown hero flags along Main Street, some sort of display outside the walls for Heritage Day, for Patriots Day, whenever. So many other ways. I think we can do both. I think we can honor the American Revolution veterans and treat the graveyard appropriately. and the unmarked graves. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Do you have something new to say that you haven't? Because we're probably going to try to wrap this up and at least talk. about
This
the
takes 1
mechanics.
second. if I
Okay.
may. Chris Robbins, 39 Parkerville Road. I've been to a lot of meetings, but I've never seen a Board of Selectmen in a town get so hijacked on a lie that was made about this Gadsden flag when we don't even know what those flags are all about.
Okay, that's the
So,
very
so
similar.
I ask
comment
that the
you made
board
before.
settle this now and take back even this decision to go with a brokered deal and leave our flags the way they are, when we have arguments that have been going on for weeks about something that is a complete lie, the Gadsden flag.
So, so we're kind of up at 10:25 now when yeah, okay, so 1 minute.
Very
I'm gonna-
strong recommendation that
yeah.
Kevin Miller, 18 Lettisquama Road. What you've heard over the last hour, has it been, or 45 minutes, is the peril of debating the history and the merits of the flags. I think I could pass a quiz on the flags. I think Sally Waters could pass a quiz on the flags. I think there are a number of other folks in this room that could pass a quiz on the flags. But debating the history of the flags sets up, we've heard all kinds of straw arguments over the last 45 minutes, invoking January 6th, invoking insurrection, invoking this, invoking that. I can tell you in my public statements and as chair of the Historical Commission, I have never, ever debated the merits of the flags, and I have never, ever once questioned the integrity or the sincerity of the veterans' feelings for those flags. I take it absolutely at face
I'm
value.
really going to keep you to 1 minute.
Okay, I have the highest respect. So I would just say, don't debate the flags. We're here because of Shurtleff. We're here because of the United States Supreme Court. And so it's incumbent upon the select board to come to a decision. And I just go back to the thing that with the highest
Yeah.
respect
Okay,
for all involved, one flagpole, one flag.
Okay, thank you. So here's what we could do. We could vote tonight. We could think about this a little bit more. If we do, I think that hopefully all of us are in consensus that, I mean, these arguments are getting quite repetitive of things we've already heard before. So if we can vote tonight, or if we didn't, it really would be only one last time where we would not repeat the whole series of arguments over and over again. So my sense is, I feel like there's two on kind of one side and there's two on another side. And Marguerite, I've been in this position before many times, and you gotta, so where are you in the process of, what is your preference? Would you like to vote tonight? Would you not like to vote tonight?
I still would like to know, is a reasonable compromise, my first compromise would be switch it to a different flag, but maybe that's not going to happen. I mean, how hard could this be? You just put in a different battle flag, but apparently it's that one. So is it acceptable to Mr. Wynot to have that flag up for 2 weeks in the spring and 2 weeks in the fall? Is that a compromise you could live with?
I believe that's what I said something to Andrew at one point.
You got to talk to a microphone because Teresa is.
Could you live with it 2 weeks in the spring, 2 weeks in the fall, considering that it would be a decision of the select board that flag could be flown?
When Andrew sent me the draft the other day,
Yep.
I came back with a compromise. I said, okay, I'll compromise. So we go from Patriots Day to just after Flag Day. And then we take them down, and then they could be put back up for around Veterans Day. So I figured that will be a compromise, that we're not taking them down completely.
It's a compromise.
That would
right?
be right.
They're only up right now from about Memorial Day to when do you take them down normally? Veterans?
We take them down just before, right after Veterans Day, just before the winter sets in. And they go up just before Memorial Day. right around the same time that you see the flags going along the main street.
So
I don't want to wait.
Yep.
I don't know what waiting to July 11th would do for us. I mean, we've talked about this now for a lot of meetings and I'm ready to settle this.
Yeah, so this is the,
Yeah.
that's the gist of what we, 2E in the draft policy that I had circulated, Revolutionary War flags as approved by the select board.
I got Sam's here,
Yeah, so, well, his would not capture this.
right?
So it's 2E, says displayed during the week of Patriots Day. What you're talking about here is just a, a debate about what particular time period. So what time period do you suggest?
I don't know, help me out.
Well, Al proposed Memorial, he's already proposed specifically change that to Memorial Day.
Yeah, I had suggested Patriots Day to, the day after Memorial Day. And then Veterans Day plus or minus a week,
Yeah, I wouldn't hold to the day after Memorial Day.
the week
A
after.
week is,
Yeah.
So that's a total of flying that flag for how many weeks of the year?
8? 10, I don't know.
Yeah, it's about 8, I think.
Mid-April. 6, 8, maybe.
Well, I would look to Rebecca. What do you think?
Yeah,
I still have an issue with having
Microphone, microphone, Rebecca.
Yep, sorry.
My concern is the placement of the flags. And I think that if some display could be done outside the walls, I don't care how long they're there, honestly.
Mr. Wynot, what do you think about putting them outside of the walls instead of inside?
We've had this discussion before about whether the flags are in or above remains. And Russ Horn, who was on the historical committee a while back, had suggested they had done the ground search. And the flags were not above or in anybody as had once been claimed. I mean, worst case, if we put them along the outside stone wall, I think I'd be willing to do that. We had an Eagle Scout that put them in before. Many years ago, I forget how long, far back that was, but to display them outside the stone wall, I guess that would be acceptable.
Okay, so if the flagpoles are out of the burial area and the time that they're up is limited, can we live with it?
So move.
Be outside the stone wall, just put them up when we do and take them down when we do.
No, I can, he can't, and he maybe, I don't know. All right,
So, all right, I'll make a stab at this. So what you're suggesting is that in 2E of the draft policy in the packet, displayed immediately surrounding to the memorial to the Revolutionary War veterans, you would say displayed along the stone wall,
exterior to the cemetery.
exterior to the cemetery by the memorial,
By the entrance.
by the entrance to the, by the entrance in the old burial ground displayed during the week of, what's the time frame?
Be the week before Patriots Day until the week after Memorial Day and the week before and after Veterans Day.
Okay. I move that the select board adopt the draft policy with those edits?
Second.
All those in,
No, wait, further discussion, please.
sure.
What flags are we adopting? We don't name the flags. It says E, Revolutionary War flags. What are they?
Well, this gives us the flexibility to continue to fly the flags that we have right now.
Don't we need to say
Yep.
that?
I don't think we need to do it right now. And just as a practical matter, now we're at 10:35. Tonight, we will have made a great deal of progress if we get this far.
We have the discretion to define what those flags are.
That's
Yeah.
what this says.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I think we've been, so we have a
more work
this
to
is just gonna go on and on and on if we,
And we got a
unless we
motion
can
motion on
start
the
to-
floor here.
Okay, yeah, so we have a motion on the floor. Been made and seconded. Mr. Hamilton,
I'm ready to vote.
okay,
Aye.
Ms. Landry,
Aye.
No.
No.
aye. Okay, the motion passes 3-2. Ms. Cook, on the transfer of the Affordable Housing Article funds from CPC to Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I suspect we don't have enough of an update to warrant a,
That is correct. We should push this to July 11th.
okay.
And then I'll be ready.
Um, All right, now to the real matter before us, the transfer station center.
Oh, this is taken care of.
It'll be easy.
All right.
So first off, does anyone have any, there is only one red line change to the actual rules and regulations for the transfer station and had to do with, instead of being limited to one sticker under a hardship exemption, if you sought and applied for successfully a hardship exemption, you wouldn't be limited to only one. So does anyone have any objection to that?
Nope.
No, and can we stick on that for a moment? And this is something that Al has looked at too. So if we're going to talk about hardship, can we just finish that discussion before we go on?
Yep.
Get it out of the way, because this is easy. So does everyone have the actual current application that you have to make?
I've
For
seen
her
it. I don't have
exemption.
it here. but
Okay.
So we've got it. I mean, where did it go? Al, have you got yours?
I've got it more or less committed to memory.
Okay. So, you've got some suggestions, but there's a flaw in what you're suggesting. And I just wanted to correct that. So, I am all for making this as easy as possible for people, like I think you are too. I don't think anybody should have to show a tax return. But be careful. If you're going to talk about what's on the tax return, don't say adjusted gross income. You got to at least say modified adjusted gross income, because you've got things like the social security piece that's not taxable, community income that's not taxable. So I don't think they should show. I think they know what their gross income is, put it on there. So I don't even care if they show a tax return. But if we want them to show a tax return, it's got to be modified adjusted gross income.
I yield to your superior knowledge of the tax code.
That's the only thing that I know, is.
Yeah,
the
just,
tax
you know,
return.
I think allowing people to self-certify. We have something like 4 hardship
Yeah.
stickers in the under 65 crowd. I suspect it's a much realer thing for seniors.
Yeah.
If we're charged for seniors.
And again, I would basically go farther and basically accept their attestation.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, we're all on the same page.
Just put it down there.
No income, no data. Just,
Say it.
just I claim hardship.
No, I think you got to put something there.
I mean, I let people, do it and get them to sign a form saying I'm claiming hardship.
Okay, here it is. Here it is. I got it. So let's do this quickly. Okay, so I agree with you, Al, on number 1, get rid of the residency thing. Okay, all they gotta do is show what you said, what we said up here, tax bill, utility bill, something like that. Not everybody, who's.
What
gonna pull
about
out
a
their mortgage?
registration for the
Fine.
car that you're
But
trying to get the sticker for?
I agree, but if it is, fine, so put it there. I just don't think
Proof
the address is on.
residency, Yeah, proof residency.
Yeah, but yet not everybody has a mortgage anyway, so who's gonna pull out their mortgage? So get rid of the first one, right? This second one and expand it. Lots of different things, right? And you've got the right list. So just expand that. That's fine. And then down here. So get rid of copy of most recent tax return, get rid of that box, right? And just have them put annual income monthly income, weekly income, and I still think we should have a number.
I wouldn't put numbers there. I just say I claim hardship.
I agree. I think it'd be on our system. And I don't think.
I think here's the reality. We're not guarding the gates to Fort
No,
Knox.
we're not. It's two.
It's the
okay, fine,
transfer
that's
station.
fine.
We're talking
Okay, so
$60 here, right?
see here,
Where's
if
the-
if your partner's probably get it automatically, so that's fine. You can check that one too. So they're saying just get rid of this completely. And to submit it.
You have
and-
to produce.
No, you don't. That's one way to get it. You're automatically, you get it if you have one of those. But if you don't have those, you can still get it by showing your income. They're saying, don't even,
You have to demonstrate it. You have to show at least some document demonstrating.
no, they're saying no.
Just-
I'm saying no.
I claim hardship and I,
So in other words, you literally apply for it, and you get it automatically.
But when you say you apply for it, you just say that you get it.
Yeah,
Without
you put
having
this
to
on
say
there
it.
and you say, you prove that you live
I
here,
can't afford it.
you prove you live here
I-
and
Free sticker.
I need help with the sticker. I need a free sticker.
It's not that burdensome to just produce a single.
I don't,
piece of
I,
paper.
I'm with you on this one, but I'm looking to the left here. Where the votes are. So I think you should at least say, at least, I think we still,
Anarchist.
everything else we do in town, like youth and family services, there is an income test before you qualify for things. So I still think there should be an income test here. I'm happy to make that income really high as far as who qualifies for it. That's okay, but I still think you should have an income test.
Or maybe have a threshold for the income.
That's all I'm saying. I don't say, you don't have to show a tax return, just tell us what it is and we have a number, pick the
Well,
number.
Is your income less than, $50,000
That's
or
fine.
something?
I'm fine with that. Okay.
The number.
And you don't have to show anything.
I'm claiming
Just
my
say it
income is less than
Why are we doing
50,000.
this? Because I'm familiar with the,
We-
policy.
we've had this for a long time. right?
Yes,
So we're
there's-
just trying to make it easier.
So the, not, because
because we're now charging seniors maybe.
okay.
So
okay.
that
Because
creates-
they want to see a copy of your mortgage. We're not, a lot of people don't have a mortgage, especially a senior and they,
It's a real burden.
yeah.
Yeah.
So get rid of that one for sure. Just show one of these, which
That's the
shows
residency.
this
verification.
here,
Should
but
have
here it
a-
is. Here, this is going to get your residency and these are easy, utility bill, a tax bill.
Yeah.
So just keep, that's all you gotta do is show one thing. We just need to know you live here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then.
I think this is really germane to the question of whether we're going to start charging seniors.
Yeah.
And,
Which we're about to get to, but since
Yeah.
he started on, I thought we'd let's knock this thing out real quick as far as that goes. Okay, have we agreed that on everything, but we do want them to show we want them to say what their income is and anything below, make up the number.
I don't think that they need to tell us what their income is. Is it, all you have to do is my gross income is less than X dollars.
Okay.
50,000 or whatever the right
Yeah.
number is.
So is that the number?
I don't know.
60.
60?
Yeah.
Okay,
And I have 7.
Okay,
okay.
no,
You
So-
sound-
I just wasn't really prepared to think about this that
What
much.
if you
but
could make a little more money, but you have a lot
The,
of kids?
The number on the number of actual hardship stickers granted, I think I saw it was like
Right.
10.
Yeah, very
Six.
few. Yeah.
Fine. So we're talking about
Okay.
units here.
Yep.
There's not.
There
gonna
may be
make
more
any
if we
change.
do.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. So that's done.
Sticker fees.
The issue of
Okay.
sticker fee.
Vanessa, can you put the spreadsheet up?
So do you wanna,
Yes, and then Al is going to piggyback this, so I'll go quickly.
yeah, I
Um,
just have a bottom line number in mind, but
and
I do
mine-
too.
What I've done up here is pretty close to what I think.
that's the
maybe.
bottom line, yeah.
So Vanessa, do you see in the spreadsheet, there are 4 cells you can manipulate? You put the price, so it's the prices of the stickers. So it's the senior sticker, it is the non-senior, and it's the extra sticker for non-seniors and the extra sticker for seniors. Those are the 4. When you change those, it's going to change the spreadsheet, okay? So when you put it up here, that's the starting point, then everybody can say, try this, whatever. So I'm definitely not wed what's up here. I just wanted to at least get something up here that was close. Then before we start though, I still think we've got to agree on what the costs are of the transfer station. And then philosophically, what portion of that we want to cover with the sticker, because we can't do this part till we get that part of the way.
Kathy?
Okay,
Why don't you start with mine first then?
well, let me just say this, okay? So Carl and I talked this afternoon. And we
Okay.
both still think
I drove her nuts.
60,000 is still the right number for our party. I know, all this, all the stuff there is old. It's been fully depreciated. We're going to have to buy new stuff down the road. And so those costs will change. But for now, I still think 600K is the right number to use as far as the operations of the transfer station.
I have slightly different view, but we will
Okay,
go
so
yours and then,
I promise you, I just,
yeah, all right.
okay, so, again, so. So the four variables are, here, and there, so same. Here.
Yep.
Okay, so Andrew, I ended up with 518,000 revenue by doing 285, and all I did was take the 260 and say, inflation, adjusted by inflation. And that's how I got to that, and then I just, I had surveyed owls in my neighborhood, and overwhelmingly the people, I had a ton of responses. They all said, either don't charge seniors or make it really small. It was, no one said charge seniors the full amount, and they had good reasons. And the reason the ones that use private versus transfer station, that was all consistent too, and surprised me. So remember the economic argument you made a few years ago on the blog about who uses transfer station and who doesn't? The reason was they don't want to put stinky trash in the car every single time. They don't want the bags to break. They don't want to put the kids in there. That's why they don't want to go to the transfer station when they didn't do it. Some people bought two stickers like you, or bought a sticker like you did and did private for the same reason, hauling the yard stuff. So that was interesting. So anyway, okay, here we go. I said 285, 40, 2010, you got 518, cost of the transfer station, 600, so you covered most of it. And the reason, and I changed my mind totally from last week. I really thought seniors should just pay what everybody else did. But I changed my mind on the seniors based on what I heard. And I also now realize that you really should have a piece of it covered by the tax levy because the town uses the transfer station. So I agree that 518 shouldn't be 600 as far as the revenue goes here. So that's all I'm going to say. So you take it from here. What do you want to use for?
So the number that I had, without going through all the, math and everything, but the numbers that I was thinking of, I just plugged into one spreadsheet was 275 and 50.
So Vanessa, every time you get it, just go ahead and just like change the 285 to 275.
There's a comment I want to make about the 285 and the 20 though, that.
Okay.
Okay.
And now next, what do you want?
All right,
for seniors?
50.
So the one thing I didn't like about going 285 and 20 is then if you household, you have two cars, now you're over $300 and it's just.
Okay,
That's
so
a
what do you
little
want
bit
for,
different than
so
295.
you want the 20 to be 20 or 10?
No, if you keep it 20.
You want
then that's
50.
295.
50 for the senior, right?
What I would pay would be 295 and just another piece of information about how much private hall costs.
600.
About
Yep.
600.
I emailed a neighbor who does this 130 a quarter. So
520.
yeah, okay.
So it's,
So you're still,
yeah, you still got a pretty big
Still hard.
differential. You're not
Yeah.
gonna, I don't think
Headroom,
you're gonna
plenty
lose
of headroom.
stickers because of that.
but that is something to definitely keep in mind. So,
Okay, what do you want? for
You said
seniors?
50 for seniors, didn't you? What you had?
that's what I was thinking, but also there's no so your revenue number there, how does that match up with the,
Well, there's your that's your number now. So 502.
okay, so what is the funding gap? When you said
100.
About 100.
That works.
So 40, 10,
Yeah.
275, 20.
So
Andrew, resident wants
Oh, okay.
here.
We have a public comment.
Oh, sorry, I had my back turned to you. Sorry there.
So far past for bedtime. Okay.
all of us.
Cindy Foster. I live at, wow, I'm so tired. 3 Aspenwood Lane. I have been a homeowner in Southborough. I've lived in Southborough my entire life. I've been a homeowner for close to 50 years. All those years I paid for my sticker and I said, ooh, someday I'll be old and I'll get a free sticker. Great. I just want to go back to when they started, when the town decided to start charging for transfer station stickers. It was to buy the stickers, to put on your car so that non-residents didn't come in and use our facility. That was the whole purpose. Over all these years, every single year, the number goes up and up and up. And what the town has basically done is taken something that was covered by the tax basis, the tax base, and made it a fee. So basically, we're getting taxed. We shouldn't be getting taxed. It's town meeting never approved taxing us for this. Whoever said that it was okay to take it out of the tax base and make it a fee? I have a real problem with fees. I pay taxes. Living in Southborough is very expensive. It gets more expensive. I don't use the schools. I don't use this. I don't use that. The seniors aren't a big cost factor. What I would really like to challenge this group is, number one, give me my free sticker, so I don't have to claim hardship. And go back and look at what's actually being accomplished. The way this whole sticker thing has evolved. Put it back in the tax base. Everybody has trash. Everybody needs to get rid of trash. Whether they do it Wednesday through Saturday or Monday, Tuesday with the private haulers who don't show up, who knows? But put it back where it belongs. And that's my challenge to this group.
Yeah, I just personally, I hear what you're saying, but okay, the most basic stuff, correct me if I'm wrong. If you didn't charge sticker fees, then you would just, taxes would be higher. You would have to increase the levy to fund it through, and then there's some combination of having here, what's that?
This is a user fee.
Yeah, so there's some logic to, the people that use the service pay for it. And
Or using the cemetery or using the schools or using.
Well, there are for the cemetery.
If the people who use the schools had to pay for the schools, they couldn't afford it. It'd be such a high number, so that you can't get there. So there's no perfect argument here. And there's lots of things we could charge user fees for. This happens to be one that we do.
so, and then if you had a senior sticker fee of, I know that is right now 0. You had it 40, it's $10 a quarter. I think that's very reasonable.
I really don't believe that I believe that our taxes should cover getting rid of trash. I think that's where it belongs.
But we don't pay for the private haulers. So you're saying pay for the transfer station, but not the people who use private.
I'm saying put it back into taxes. Someone chooses to not, it's just like people who pay taxes and decide to send their kids to private school. They still pay for the school taxes. Nobody's complaining about that.
Okay, so
Same way.
I think the breakdown is it's about $600,000 a year to run the transfer station.
Mhm.
And that about $100,000 of that now comes out of taxes. And the other 500,000 comes from fees. And I think part of the issue is to try and
Okay, first of
balance it.
all, fees that get charged don't go directly back to the transfer station. Fees that come into the town go into, what is it? General
Goes
fund.
into the general
They
fund.
do not offset the cost of
Right.
running the transfer station.
Right, and what's been happening is that the transfer station is getting more and more expensive to run. So the debate is, do we just shut it down?
Well, that's not debate tonight.
No,
Debate
it's not the
tonight's-
debate tonight, but
No.
it's out there,
No.
you know, because Westboro doesn't. And a lot of towns around here don't even have one,
Mhm.
right? So, I mean, it's complicated and I understand what you mean. Would you pay $40 a year to use the transfer station?
I don't, again.
Okay, you can claim hardship, so that's,
I
people feel stronger.
I wouldn't do that because I'm a really lousy liar. I think it needs to be part of the taxes,
Okay,
just like the schools are, just like running town hall is, just like running the half-empty school buses that I drive by every single day. I think it should be part of the taxes.
thank you.
So that's my job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think we're, oh,
One more.
Yeah, can you be brief? I know that it's just, the only reason I say this is because of 10:54. Yeah, I know you've been patient, so.
Tim Woodland Road. You guys all got an email from me that gives my position, but I do want to echo the previous comments. I too believe that à la carte government services is not the way to go. I believe that the transfer station does belong in the tax base. I'll point out that back when the Public Works Committee was actually meeting, on at least 2 occasions when I was there, recommended that it all be in the tax base. It just, for things that are in the tax base are to some reasonable extent, tax deductible. Yes, there's a cap. If you have a very expensive home and a high income, you hit the cap. If you're not in that position, you don't. So, and the last thing I'll point out is when I came to town, and the sticker fees were, if I remember correctly, they were $7.50. They covered the cost of stickers, and they went up as a revenue enhancing activity for the town. They did not go up because of the cost of the transfer station.
All right, thank you.
I think we're sneaking up on I would like to just, may I now?
Yeah, and I didn't want to steal your thunder, but I just wanted to talk,
We're very close.
and okay.
Thank you. And I'm going to talk really fast.
Fast as me.
Oh, I can. So this is my take on what it really costs to run the transfer station. We have 2 classes of expenses. We have direct expenses and we have indirect expenses. And direct expenses, you ask yourself the question, if we close the transfer station tomorrow, what actual dollar costs could we avoid? And I think that comes out to about $550,000. There are some people who, for example, drive the trucks, but they're only like 15% of the time. Those are not, those people would be redeployed as opposed to the others. We did not account for the trucks, which and I don't have a good number on it. I took a swag that I think that's probably $17,000 a year. So I think the total cost is around 612. You go to the next slide. I think you've got 4 policy options. If we have no change, which is $260, we'd have 1,610 paying stickers. And, you can read the numbers. It'd be about 195,000 of total subsidy and 130 if we only consider the direct costs. Have people under 65 pay the full cost with 100K of total cost subsidy. I think you're now at $425. That seems like an unpalatable number. It's 350 if we have 100K of total subsidies. If we ask people under 65 to pay $300 and seniors to pay $100 with the generous hardship. By the way, I'm assuming that when we raise the prices, we're going to lose some number of customers.
I don't know about that.
It's
Pretty inelastic as far as, going from 260 to 300. I don't.
I think from 260 to 300, I said it was 5%. And if we charge seniors $100, I think we're going to see some number of seniors drop out, and certainly in the second ones. So at that point, I think we're at about 100K of total cost subsidy. And if under 65 pays and we make seniors free and we only look at the operating subsidies, that is we ignore the indirect costs, I think we could hit 270. That would assume no customer loss. So I think the difference between your analysis and mine is, yes, it's inelastic, but I think we would lose customers. So my recommendation would be 290 and seniors remain free. And that would get us to about 68K of subsidy on the direct costs and about 130K of sort of total subsidy.
What about second and third stickers?
Those are pretty small numbers. And they're in the spreadsheet that backs it up.
Would that be 290 plus unlimited free stick?
No, I'm sorry. It would still be $10 for the second stickers.
And that's in the 68 sub.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I think we're pretty close. I think the real question is whether we charge seniors anything.
And also, do we have over 75 kind of thing?
Well, I thought about that as well, and that,
I guess I don't think, I like Kathy's pitch with the 275, was it?
Yeah, I'm 275.
275, 20.
Yours is 275, so I've
Yeah.
said yours, right?
The difference between, you have 40 for the senior sticker instead of 50.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
And I just figured there's a cost of doing it sticker. That's why I said do something.
Okay.
And the other thing too is, remember, we already set what we think the budget is for fiscal year 24, and we underwrote so much local revenue, which didn't assume that the transfer station revenue was going to go down. So we have to be careful. It won't go down with this.
Yeah.
This is keeping it up there.
Yeah.
So we gotta be careful about that too. And the debate about whether to absorb in the tax base or to do pay as you throw, whatever, we can have that. We just can't have it tonight.
Yeah.
Because this is effective July 1st.
Okay,
So
so
this is,
what you think?
yeah, I can live with those. I just,
So,
I think the real question is, I think we need a little more work on what it really costs us to run
Yep.
the transfer station, but I think we're in the ballpark.
Vanessa, can you go back to the
yeah, if you could put
spreadsheet?
up those numbers and then maybe you want to
Yeah.
make a motion, Kathy?
Yeah, I'll make the motion.
Yeah. That would be nice.
Okay, so the motion is to propose transfer station stickers effective July 1st, 23 for the year. 275 for non-seniors, 40 for seniors, and that's 65 and over. $20 for extra non-senior stickers, period, no matter how many they get, and $10 for extra senior stickers, again, no matter how many they get.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Okay.
So looking at the rest of the map, we're now at 11 PM. So I think here's what I was going to suggest.
They're turning the lights out on
The
us. so-
ARPA vote's easy.
Yeah, does anyone have any objection to approving under the current ARPA funding? Is the correct number 27,000?
Yeah.
$27,000 for migration of all meeting minutes and agendas from the previous town website.
So moved.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, I don't think we're ready to approve the purchase and sale agreement with St. Mark's, right?
Nope.
We're not. And I think it would not be productive to review the notes of the planning meeting and get them all divvied up the goals. I know personally, I don't have the gas left in the tank to do that right now. So then that leaves public comment, and we would not be returning to open session after executive session. Okay. Is there any public comment at 11:02 PM here? Seeing none. Okay, so this is the first time I'm gonna take a step. Let's see if I get it correctly. I move that the board enter into executive session per general law, chapter 30A, section 21. And not returning to open session for the following items. 1, to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property for National Grid. Parcel 5440 exemption 6, as the chair declares in an open meeting, may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body. 2, to consider a purchase and sale agreement with St. Mark's School, exemption 6, as the chair declares that a open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the public body. And 3, to review and approve April 21, 2021 executive session minutes, exemption 7.
I'll second to do.
I think we need to
roll
take a
vote.
roll call. Okay, Mr. Hamilton,
Aye.
Ms. Landry, Mr. Stivers.
Aye.
Ms. Cook,
Aye.
Bennington, aye. Okay. No, 2023. You know what I meant. Okay.
Scrivener